Good.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome into the Dungeon Lounge. Happy anniversary!
Woo!
Woo! But yes, things might look a little different around here. This is the debut of our new overlay stream assets. Hopefully you like them. Usually try and say hello to everyone, but we got a whole bunch of people in right now. Hello, Tater. Hello, Teacup Cup. Hello, hello, Lenna. Hello, definitely Adhan, and thank you very much for the follow. Hello, I saw like where is it? Cannibal Towers. Hello, and I think and Reaver Captain also hello. Okay, I think I got everybody. But yes,
Hello, Sid. Hello,
hello, Sid. Hello,
Hello.
Sid. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Missing everybody. The
The mightiest.
It's true. But yes, today is the Dungeon Lounge 3rd anniversary, and to celebrate, we've got a hopefully fun D&D one-shot planned, and in addition to the usual lounge members, myself, Elizabeth, Sasha, the Griffin.
Oh,
Thank you, Losin,
thank
so
you,
much.
Losin.
Thank you for the gifted subbies. Oh no.
Oh,
Oh no.
Is that a hype train I see?
Hype train.
Don't call attention to it. It's no such thing.
But we must. It is a cause for
Sorry,
celebration.
level 2. A surprise to be sure, but a welcome one.
Absolutely.
But yes,
We can beat Thor's. We want the record. We want the record for that. I'm kidding.
we gotta finish the greetings.
If there's
So
ever a day for it,
sad.
today. But yes.
Thank
Oh,
you very
thank
much.
you, Tater.
What happened?
Oh, look, it's
Oh.
our new follow.
Oh, it's a
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there's new following art
Hey.
too.
Yeah,
I recognize that name. That
Thank you
is
very much for the
welcome.
biddies.
Yeah.
for the follow, to save people the trouble of trying to pronounce that because most people get it wrong. That's Neshio Quidfascio. That's a good friend of mine.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you very much.
Anonymous.
Anonymous, how dare you? Oh, I thought I
What?
turned that
Flashback.
one down. But thank you.
Think fast, Triple Nuts.
But we've also got Flora the Dragon and our wonderful guests. I will get through these greetings one way or
You
another.
can do it, I believe.
Thank you. Quest von Faustus, Grim Fables, and the wigglest bean, Mari the Ganger,
I am here to commit various crimes.
and Wiggle.
If the wiggling ever stops.
Is I've seen Mari's name so often. I have always assumed that it was Grandeur. I only just
Grandeur.
realized it's Ganger.
I have delusions of grandeur. Yes.
I'm so sorry that, like, when the moment Liz said it, I was like, "Wait, what? That can't be right."
But the thing is, like, you
Am
could
I
be
wrong?
intentionally right. Like, that's the thing. It's like Elizabeth says words wrong all the time. Like, she's probably just wrong. Right. And then it's like, oh wait,
No one is wrong.
everyone's name is correct.
Everybody's
And
cool.
anyway, Ness or Quintendor. Very good. Okay, cool. Well,
Words
thank you
are
very much
hard
for the
to keep
follow. Nice. But yes, okay.
Wiggle, 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 wiggle.
We got. Okay, we're already at a level 2 hype tray, but
Oh,
If we-
my
if we-
goodness. Thank you, Anonymous.
thank you.
Not poops.
Oops.
Is it?
Claim your gift subs.
Oops.
It is.
Thank you, Anonymous.
You know it's a good stream when you can't even get through the intro.
I'm
without being
I'm
interrupted.
trying. I swear. My actual
You can do it
nervous
instead.
GM energy is not helping. I am probably going to be giggling my way through this whole thing like a freaking teenage
That's
schoolgirl.
how you know you're having fun.
Well, hey,
I
like
know.
a giggling Elizabeth. That's a good thing. Oh,
Yeah.
Oh gosh, who did that?
Anonymous
no.
again.
Oops.
God.
Another anonymous.
Ooms.
Oops. I have OBS open, so
Mhm.
Welcome,
Stairs.
Shanus.
Hello.
Nice one,
Seamus.
Tater.
Status. Hello. Welcome into the Dungeon Lounge. Okay.
Yeah.
So, I will attempt to get this started.
Oh.
We'll see how this goes. Yeah, you scared the
no.
cat
Oh
out
no,
of the
not
room.
Callum.
Anyways,
Oh no.
we are here today to play a D&D one-shot that I have definitely crafted in a very, very thoughtful manner and didn't throw together in the last week. Anyway, we'll
Elizabeth.
what?
Very thoughtful.
Very thoughtful.
Yes. You worked really hard on this.
Okay. Anyways, I have to get my. Oh. Thank you very much for the
Oh,
biddies.
wow. Yeah, thank you.
Oh, thank you, Ness.
No
Thank
food.
you. Oh,
And hello,
Hello,
Dr.
Yarmagander.
yeah.
Stickman is coming. Don't.
And on a vacation.
Don't worry. We're only just getting started. I can't start with Stickman. You can't lead with him. Okay.
Also, we got Elizabeth cursed. Okay, yeah.
Oh no,
Sorry.
that is the sound redeem, not the
Yeah.
requirement that I have to do the voice. I turned the voices
Oh.
off.
Yeah.
We'll be doing enough of other
Very
voices. We
Oh.
I don't need it suddenly in the middle of
Yeah.
it, Sasha's character suddenly starts screaming for the Emperor in the middle of a crowded room. And then the rest of the
Or
characters
the
be like,
Emperor.
Or I
"Oh,
have to
excuse
sing
me,
the
what?"
baby.
That's one way to
If
start
I
off
have
a
to
murder
sing the
mystery.
baby shark song.
Yeah.
Oh, Nugget, thank you.
Oh, thank
Okay.
you very much for
Okay,
the meeting.
okay, okay, okay.
Thank you
Okay.
very much.
I swear I'm going to start. Okay, we're starting. I just have to ignore
Yeah.
ignore chat.
Are we starting?
I'm
When did
starting.
we
Okay.
start?
We're playing things?
You guys
We
aren't
got a game
helping.
today?
So the title of this D&D campaign is called Wands Out. It is a hopefully loving homage to Knives Out. If you've seen that movie, that won't help you here. I kind of took it and then ran in a completely different direction. But anyways, the citizens of Baldur's Gate thought that it might be yet another apocalypse. The sound of an explosion in the upper city tore through the night. Somehow, there was only one casualty, the esteemed wizard Machias. He was known throughout the city mostly by reputation. In recent years, he rarely left his opulent tower in the upper city. The tower somehow remained, the base charred black, the only exterior evidence that anything actually happened. The City Watch remain outside, sentries to deter any would-be ne'er-do-wells. For you see, it was common knowledge in the city that the wizard Machias had the patronage of the wealthiest in the city and accumulated a great many valuable tomes, magical items, and other wondrous curiosities, wealth that now seemed more accessible than ever. For one reason or another, you find yourself here, in the manor of one of his noble patrons for this man's funeral. Okay, I think the next step here will be to proceed with all the character, looting time, to proceed with the character introductions. Any volunteers? If not, I will volunteer you.
I could go first.
All right. So first we have Diarmid. You were contacted by a kobold indicating he was represented by the estate of the wizard Machias. You knew something of the wizard. If not for his legacy, word of the explosion in the upper city certainly got to you pretty quickly. You and your troop have been asked to play something human sad under the terms given to you by the kobold.
Human sad.
Human sad.
I can do that. I can do that very well, I think.
So certainly you are probably therefore present in the room
this
today.
This is absolutely up my alley. As soon as the words "human sad" comes out of the kobold's mouth, there's a somber look on his face, a little twig of a smile, and then I think I can manage that.
The kobold is very grateful, and then immediately has to go do definitely tons of other things.
Busy man.
Just a quick aside.
Yes.
Thank you so much for the level 4 hype train. Very much appreciated. Though I do apologize since I'll be now
Yeah.
DMing, I'll probably be a little less attentive to chat. But thank you very much. It's very appreciated. Okay, back to character introductions. So that covers kind of Diarmid and what you're up to at the funeral on this day, playing a human sad funeral dirge. Who wants to go next?
I'll go next. Put me in, coach.
Put you in, coach. All right.
Put it in me, coach.
Dorothy is the apprentice to Wander, a druid in an adventuring party you've been with for some time now. You were recruited by this party while on the plane of Faerun, and they haven't left this plane for a number of years, though they do have told you that they came from another plane at some point. They don't speak much of their time prior to arriving here, and we're planning to come to Baldur's Gate to resupply and rest before you guys are heading back out. When the adventuring party learned of the funeral, they decided to stay. They indicated that they were, in fact, actually familiar with this wizard Machias and had been adventuring with him for a while before you had ended up being a apprentice under Wander. It's a party of 3. Wander, a druid, Nemia, a tiefling bard, and Helios, an elven archer. If the rest of the Dungeon Lounge recognizes who these are, I don't know what you're talking about. I am the most original person in existence.
The
That
gang.
name sounded a bit familiar. Sorry.
You are also accompanied by Basil, a horse. Wander seems to be Wander's pet of some sort.
Horse.
The horse. Mm-hmm.
A horse, of course.
Yes,
Horse, of course.
A horse, of course.
So, you guys are recently arrived in town. You were at the funeral, attending as a guest. And, yeah. Whomst is next?
I'll go next.
All right. Lucan.
That's me.
Yeah, that's you.
That's me.
That old wizard is dead. And while he wasn't liked, he got a lot of favors from rich and powerful. The same rich and powerful who are now attending the funeral, making a grand show of how upsetting it is that he's gone. And certainly going to be a lot of movers and shakers hanging out at this event, hanging around to get plenty free food and drink. Certainly might be more pliable than otherwise, and certainly more accessible than it would be otherwise. And certainly there have been various bounties put out by the definitely reputable parts of the city if any of, items or things that the wizard was perhaps known to have in his possession suddenly just, ends up, being pawned off to their stores. No questions asked.
Fair enough.
And I guess just to jump over to Mari's character, Randilius. I'm sorry if I'm getting it already wrong again.
No, Randilius is correct.
Randilius, okay. So it sounds like both. Well, you may not be necessarily aware of each other. It seems like your reasoning for going to the funeral is very, very similar in terms of maybe less to hang out with the rich and powerful who are attending this funeral, but certainly to see if you can get your hands on something shiny, something magical, or what have you.
Oh, yeah, tell you.
Sure, I'll go.
I was about to hate to say it, Sasha. You are the last but not least. You are going whether you want to or not.
Here we go.
All right.
Problem solved.
So, you were a former apprentice of Machias. He wasn't an easy person to get along with. He was hyper-focused on whatever it is that had his attention, and he didn't want to suffer dumb questions. You, in the end, didn't stay long as his apprentice. After being called Honora more times than you cared to count, and realizing that the only thing that really held his attention for anything at any length of time was the School of Necromancy, you decided to part ways from him. However, in his final action, it seemed uncharacteristically nice for him. On the day you left, he gave you the name of a person that turned out to be an artificer. Her name is Pyrette. She turned out to be a very skilled artificer and a competent teacher, if arrogant and lazy.
Oh my god, Pirate.
She
Pirate, my
also-
beloved.
She also revealed to you that the reason she was interested in going to the funeral this day is she's actually Machias's daughter, though she never mentioned it, and he certainly never mentioned it, at least until he was dead.
Plot twist.
At least.
What a twist.
But yes, so that brings our beloved party. No, stop my jackets. I have no idea what you're talking about, Adhan. All right, so everybody is now here. The location of the funeral is the estate of the wizard's main patron, most commonly known by her nickname, the Duchess. The wizard's tower was unfortunately in no state to host the event.
Reginald.
She's not here yet. You don't get to be her voice now. You're Snow now. You have to be Snow now.
Sorry, I was being facetious.
The event is well attended. Oh, thank you for whoever that is. I will check in one
Thank you,
second.
Licky Glock.
All Lucky Glock, thanks for the
Yeah.
resub.
Oh, I think you.
Yeah,
Mongos.
thank you.
As somewhat expected, the event is well attended, but it does seem that many appear to be more here because of the location rather than any feeling for Machias. At least that seems to be the vibe. There is an open bar that is there's always a line. Let's put it that way. So you are all here. There's a many guests. We have Diarmid playing his human sad dirge. What is everyone doing right now as we get things underway?
I don't know about the rest of you, but Randilius is looking for the catering table.
Oh, there is a catering table. It is a large
Yeah.
table, and there is many foods. Many.
Boy,
No,
I
it's
tell,
also-
Walk
I
out
tell
of there
you,
with
it's
a bunch of shrimp rings in your pocket.
Yeah.
Boy, I tell you, it's a sad thing. He's dead, but I tell you, they always make these funerals really good. Starts just like piling up a plate full of just various things.
Snow is also going in that direction.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Your
like,
mentor,
oh,
Pyrat, has firmly stationed herself in the drink line to get something alcoholic.
oh yeah, that sounds about right.
Man, these people must be
yeah.
really sad. They're eating and drinking a lot.
Yeah, such feeling, such emotion. There is
Sometimes you just gotta eat your feelings.
I do want to note that the adventuring party that Dorothy came in with, there appears to be a walking suit of armor that is being followed by a horse wearing blinders. There's also a tiefling in that party, as well as an elf, which, I mean, for the plane of Faerun, tiefling and elf, whatever. The walking suit of armor is really weird, considering Warforged don't exist on this plane.
Was alchemy involved? And kids? Sorry, I'm a metal alchemist.
I mean, you could maybe go talk to that person if you're curious about how they were made, but
Suit of armor gives you the talk.
sorry, I think
I said the suit of armor gives you the talk.
Yeah.
There's a lot of clanking involved.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
a
eventually-
blacksmith really
When an
likes
artificer and an
metalworking.
armorer really love each other.
Yeah. Well, eventually Snow's gonna wander over and have a chat with it. So.
She insists on being called she. Wait, if you say it, she gets a little like her expression doesn't change, but
No, that was out of character. In character,
okay.
Snow is gonna, do a very gracious bow and be like, "Hi, I'm Snow. I noticed you from across the room. Being an artificer, I was naturally intrigued."
my name is Wander. I'm not from here.
Ah. Well, it's not every day I see a walking suit of armor.
I'm not armor. This is just me.
Intriguing.
If you say so.
I would offer I would offer you a drink, but I'd imagine you cannot imbibe.
I can, just
Oh.
goes right through.
Ah, fair. Oh.
But please, if you want to partake of something, go for it. Don't mind the horse.
Very well. Looks over. Oh.
The horse kind of is shaking its head a little bit. It seems to be kind of keeping its attention on the floor.
Mm. I see. Well, might I inquire as to where you are from?
Far away.
Yeah, fair enough.
Dorothy,
Can
who
I-
is kind of hanging around there, is like, don't bother asking questions. You're not going to get any answers. And she,
Oh, really?
she starts walking towards the drink line.
Dorothy, please. We discussed this.
Yes.
It's not
Hand wave.
interesting.
Sure. So you say.
What's not interesting?
Why we're here. Well, we're here
I
for the
think it-
funeral, but
Yeah, I mean, it's sad. Guy was they were a jerk, but they were still my teacher for a while, so came to pay my respects.
he cast blight on us at least three times before we told him to stop adventuring with us.
Indeed.
I don't so much mind the blight, considering there was hostiles in our vicinity. I more would have appreciated a warning.
Yeah, those do come in handy sometimes.
Hmm.
Well, it was a pleasure to have met you.
Sure.
And Snow will bow again politely and start meandering back to the foods.
You
and
can
the
see
drinks.
as you're walking away, Wander gets elbowed by the tiefling, being like, "You sounded rude." I thought I was neutral.
Well,
Right?
Yeah.
So it sounds like the most happening place to be is the buffet table. Is everyone hanging out around there, or has
I went to the liquor line.
you went to the liquor line? The liquor line is
Yeah.
moving at a brisk pace. Is everyone in the liquor
Good.
line?
Well, I was gonna say Lucan's probably at the front of the liquor line, just looking for a drink to ominously stir, stand, look around, not converse too much, just kind of ominously stir.
Ominous stirring.
The drink
Ominous
wasn't mixed
stirring.
before, but
so
It's
It's a
ominous.
layered
Much
drink, but now it's
stirring.
not. Now it's just
Cornelius is
brown.
now just walking around with this maybe unholy abomination of like sandwich bread, deviled eggs, shrimp, like, all stuffed into each other. He's like, I tell you, this is some good
Like a
food.
parfait.
Ooh.
there's a lot of boiled eggs in there
Trifle.
for some reason.
Oh, is that? I mean,
It's the trifle. Oh no.
Oh no, don't touch the trifle. No,
I do have a small side question. Given that you are a raven, I believe, the
Yes, he is.
eggs is it?
you just snake.
Do I not ask
I
questions
mean-
about wanting to eat eggs?
You don't ask. You
that's
don't
what-
ask. You don't need to know. It's just like if it,
Okay.
I don't
Bad
ask
for you,
questions
it
about
ain't
what
the
I eat.
strike time.
The owl
He's
is
like
stirring.
just, he's just casually like pecking at it instead of trying to shove it in his mouth. He's like,
The owlin from far away stirring his drink, looking over the bird is going, disgusting. Even their own kind these days. Disgusting.
Scavengers, every one of them.
Just wait until we see Lucan actually eat something. He's gonna eat it whole.
Small beak, big body.
Diarmid in this case is just sitting on the stage. He's strumming his lyre.
Mm-hmm.
He's appraising the area around him and looking at the various people. He's taking the time to people watch from person to person. He notes the ever-expanding drink line, which threatens at this point, I think, to either go out the door or maybe out to the balcony.
The things you can observe are there's a heavy presence, excuse me, of the city watch. They seem to be sitting at the doors. The one that kind of catches your attention is the kind of a deep black-colored dragonborn that seems to be finding a lot of reasons to be patrolling. Unlike the rest of the staff, City Watch staff, who have just kind of found a doorway to lean on, are just kind of like, yeah, watching those rich people go in that drink line. Sure, it'd be nice if I could go in that drink line. There are a mix of, you kind of see like a small group of people who are hanging out together who all seem to be various species, not like the adventuring party who I've already mentioned, otherwise known as that group with the walking suit of armor. This one seems to be more you see like a half elf, you think maybe a half dwarf. It's hard to tell really when a dwarf is half. They just end up a little taller.
A little taller, a little less beardy, yeah. Interesting. Diarmid's going to note it. Just a little mental note of, okay, for some reason the Watch are here in force. That might be reason to be quick of foot, just in case.
See a few other individuals who are clearly marked as wizards or otherwise magicians carrying the things like you basically seem to be openly carrying their spell focuses, which seems a little weird, all things considered. How are you gonna get a drink when you got your spell focus in one hand?
Yeah, it's like open carrying.
Yeah, it's a little rude, honestly.
It's a little rude at somebody's death party, but
you got a permit for that wand?
You got a permit for that crystal ball? Better not be scrying.
Yeah, but not be scrying on the bathroom. Anyway,
there better not be any orb pondering at this funeral.
That's obscene.
Taps the side. There's no pondering.
Now I'm just imagining wizards in the street at high noon drawing wands on each other. But yeah, just a mental note of that's rude, but also potentially a sign that they might be on like edge, that they might be expecting trouble.
I don't know.
He knows for like he's been to a few funerary meets and a few in particular some will readings before, so he knows that these things can get tense. Sometimes family comes to blow or friends get angry that they weren't left something in the will, and particularly wizards like this who have archives of magical scripts and magical items, as you said before, that everybody's chomping at the bit get a hold of, in the scant chance that someone that the wizard may have passed a thought of them when writing their will and testament. So he's gonna make a mental note of that through hooded eyes, then let them drift shut once more as he continues to play his lyre and considers
the last kind of group or pair that kind of catches your attention is the kobold that actually approached you to be hired for this job. He seems to be kind of hanging off to the side, and he's accompanied by, you think, the smallest goblin you've ever seen in your life. He is like not even hitting the this thing does not come up to a person's knee, and seems to be wearing seems to have fashioned almost a suit of armor for itself using layered buttons, not of the same kind, just buttons everywhere. And wearing a soup pot as a helmet.
Oh gosh.
I know exactly who this
Baby.
is. Yeah, baby.
Smallest possible creature.
It is.
Okay. I'm just out of the corner of my eye. I'm going to note that as well. Another potential target of interest and conversation. Okay, yeah, Diarmid's got a few ideas of what he'd like to do after he finishes his set playing his dirge.
All right. So as everyone is getting settled in, they're taking their time, the drink line starts to abate. Everyone's gotten something at least in hand.
Oh, thank God.
Everyone has gotten their appropriate drinks, and the bartender impressively, some people, especially some of the more hoity-toity, start naming off some pretty obscure drinks, and bartender, to their credit, is able to put it together on the fly. So at the very least, it's like, I didn't actually want this, but nope, I'm stuck with it. The kind of general, that kind of murmur of conversation that you hear, the kind of like low-level conversation sounds, is interrupted by an individual, a elf of somewhat indeterminate age, coming forward and saying, "Attention, everyone. May I present the esteemed hostess of this somber event, the Duchess." Coming down from a set of stairs, you don't see the Duchess at first. You see the thing the Duchess is being carried in on, being held by more elves. And it is not easy to bring this thing down the stairs. Imagine basically someone having to take a palanquin down a set of stairs, and lying in repose is who you presume to be the Duchess. Wearing definitely not what you would expect someone in a funeral to be wearing, and the hair, definitely a several, I don't want to say feet, but definitely a very tall, very curly, very well coiffed, but very unnatural hairstyle. And brought down the stairs, and immediately she looks out upon the crowd, looks over to the table, and then immediately turns to the elf that had been announcing her presence. "Reginald, I said I wanted quail deviled eggs. Those appear to be chicken." A thousand pardons, ma'am. In the time before the funeral, we didn't. "I don't care, Reginald. Where are the quails? Look, there are so many avian things out there. I'm sure you could have found a quail to lay some eggs." Ma'am, milady, please. I'm so tired from this already. Someone get me a drink. Looks pointedly at Reginald. At once. He runs off. All I understand so far is Reginald. So yes, the party kind of resumes after that. She does not leave the palanquin, by the way. The elves are still holding it.
So bouge.
Well, at least they're only chicken eggs, honey.
Yeah, looking worryingly, looking over at Rendelius, like, Lord help.
Doing that thing, he's pulling the collar of his shirt. Like,
Is that woman going to come over and make me lay eggs? I don't know if I can.
I don't work under this kind of pressure.
I just asked someone to lay eggs.
Tell
You
him
don't
to
just
suck a
walk up to
lemon.
someone and ask them to lay an egg.
I know
At
this
least
is
Yeah.
a
Bobby
wizard's
did
tower,
it
but
first, oi.
I know this is a wizard's tower, but I didn't know it was that kind of party. Yeesh. Hmm.
Nah.
I think Diarmid is gonna kind of up the key on his lyre to try and steer people's attention away from the frankly
Garish.
nightmarish diva
The nightmare
attitude
woman.
and- yes, the I don't even know what to call her. The what's the funeral equivalent of a bridezilla?
Ugh.
Oy.
There
Whatever
is
that
one.
is, it just hogging the attention and spoiling whatever dour mood there already was. He's just gonna don't pay attention to that. Don't pay attention to that. There's yeah.
At some
Look over
point.
here. Look. Here.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
She's rich. She's well groomed. And that puts her like way above some in some respect. As soon as she opened her mouth, immediately ruined it. Don't pay attention.
Yep.
Just imagine he's now just like holding up a pair of keys. He's like, everyone over here, over here.
Definitely at some point, you see the Duchess point out to a random person in the crowd and be like, are you not sad? I don't see any tears. Where's the wailing?
Snow actually cringes at that. He's like, yep, just as I remember her.
She's in mourning. She's irrational.
Heartbroken, devastated.
Where my quail?
Why
The
is
funeral
why
home,
is there
there's
not
no
a
quail, deviled eggs.
has nobody
Um,
hired a group to wail and sadness for this funeral?
All the wailing.
Bring
for
in the
quailing.
commoners.
Yes.
I bring in the
Um,
chaff, have them cry.
At some point,
Lucan, at some point
Oh, sorry.
or another, would enter the queue to try to just talk to the Duchess. You know,
Mhm.
give respect, all that kinds of stuff.
sure. There's not much of a queue.
Shocking.
Can't imagine.
And then Dilius is just kind of ambling about in between the crowds. Look at it, like all the potential paintings and sculptures about. It's like, wait,
Yeah.
I don't think I could fit that in my shirt.
Damn it. Yes, so Lucan, you've approached the Duchess. She
Oh,
has the
Lord.
advantage of being on her palanquin of just being able to like look down at you with that look of, oh look, a peasant.
I'd like to turn around.
Are you a quail?
Who
Can
lost
you
their
make some
child?
eggs?
I want to turn around.
I
Just as-
regretted my
the
decisions.
The moment I sort of get that impression that she just imagines like, oh, the quail is here. It's just, just want to go. All right, never mind.
Are you ready to begin work?
Just a nod, respectful nod, just kind of just to keep the peace instead of actually saying something and just try to move along. Attempt on try.
As you're turning around to leave, Reginald is back with the drink, and she's like, there are 4 cubes of ice in this, and she throws it on the ground. Get one with 3. Reginald dutifully turns around.
From where Snow is, he's probably like halfway across the room. He like actually legitimately spits out his drink.
Like, bear
Wipes
in
his
mind,
mouth,
we
he's
are
like-
dealing with a relatively pre-industrial society. The fact that there's ice in the drinks at all,
That's impressive.
Oh
you
yeah.
had to hire someone whose sole job it is to make ice.
Oh yeah.
That-
Well, that's why
Using
Snow
probably
is
mad.
Or just
spitting out
like
his.
a wizard who could do an
Yeah.
ice.
Yeah.
There's
Or
a
there's just
little
or-
bar hiding
Yeah.
underneath the bar, just casting ice over and over, ice knife over and over.
Either that or there's just some poor schmuck out there in the middle of a frozen lake carving it out.
Yes, that too.
But like that's why Snow is like spitting out his drink. He's so like, oh my god, she's even worse than I remember.
Mhm. She's escalated.
Truly.
Yeah.
Truly, the loss of this wizard must be really impacting her behavior.
Mhm. The general tone in the room is shifting to, I would say, something along the lines of disgust. Like a lot of the groups are very much. The Duchess gets a wide berth. No one really wants to engage with her.
Shocking.
Yeah.
Like even like that City Watch guy who's been like kind of pacing and wandering around, he finds reasons to take wide turns around her.
Hmm.
I wonder why.
Mhm.
A wise decision.
Yeah, Snow's just hanging out. He has no desire to
Yeah,
what's
that-
the
yeah.
word? Interact with her. That's it.
Mhm. Mhm.
Sorry, my brain is a little
Hiding
bit
from her.
fried. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say Lucan is probably just mingling about with some of the nobility and stuff like that.
I want to cause some chaos, but I don't know if it's too early.
That's all right. In fact, actually, Mari, as Randilius
Yes.
looks down, the small goblin has drifted next to you, holding what appears to be a kitchen knife, as best as it can approximate as a sword, considering how small this thing is.
Oh.
What's wrong with you?
Hungry.
Hungry? Oh,
You
you're
have
hungry.
food. Hope sticks its arms up.
Oh, sure, you little tyke. And I hand it down like what's left of my monster sandwich.
Thank. Table tall. Starts like just shoving food in its mouth.
Well, I tell you, that the Duchess, she's a real handful.
Who Duchess?
Big fancy woman in box.
Scary lady.
Scary lady, yeah. So you wanna do me a favor, kid?
What?
I start rummaging in like pockets of my jacket. It's like no, but throw it out like napkins and
Elizabeth?
Yes.
May I
pulls
ask
out
a
like
question?
Mhm.
May I pose a question?
Okay.
It sounds like the goblin is not exactly being quiet.
Sorry, the who's not being quiet?
The goblin does not sound like it is being exactly quiet.
No.
Can I hear all this?
I guess if Randilius is close enough to the bard quartet,
that's
as they're
relatively close enough to be heard, I suppose.
Sure.
Okay. If Diarmid can hear this, one eye is going to be very nervously looking over towards the Duchess in hopes that she is not hearing this.
But the Duchess seems more concerned about yelling at Reginald right now about something.
She's more concerned with the quail.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, good.
Reginald.
Yeah, and I just take out this little vial of powder. Now you see this? This is chili pepper. I need you to put this in the drink that man's gonna bring to the scary lady. You got that?
But he's so tall.
Oh wait, you're small. You're fast. You'll get to the drink before he does.
Challenge?
Tell you what, you do it, and I'll get you another one of them sandwiches.
Promise?
Promise. Yeah, on my feather.
He sticks his arms up. Give him the chili peppers. Give.
Yeah, I hand him the little vial. It's like, here you go, kid.
I would like to.
Okay.
Hearing this, Diarmid is going to consider potentially ruin the venue or mess with the arrogant, stuck-up woman who is making the life of her assistants hell. You know what? As Diarmid is going to play a particularly rhythmic strum across his lyre, he's going to run across the strings, one finger. And then if in this case that manages to catch the attention of the goblin, I'm going to give him a wink, shoot him a finger gun, and throw him a bardic inspiration.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I mean, the little creature doesn't seem to realize what has happened, but he's off.
He's motivated.
You see him running towards that bar and scurrying and burying his way, trying to climb the kind of like temporary open bar stand that's been set up within the hall for the funeral. You can kind of like, or if anyone just happens to be curious, because now you're seeing this little thing motor across the room. He doesn't have an inch of stealth in his body.
I'm starting to believe it'll be like that scene from Seinfeld where you just see everybody slow motion looking at the thing flying overhead, but this time looking at the kobold run over is like,
oh no, this is a small goblin. The kobold is somewhere else right now.
Oh, right.
The goblin.
I'm getting my tiny creatures mixed up. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Observing.
My owl and eyes ain't what they used to be.
Look, it's daytime. It's okay.
Scurries and kind of ends up eventually clambering and then gets on top of the bar. needs to take a minute. He's a little tired. He's just like, okay, breathing. The bartender has seen all this again. Not an inch of stealth in this entire endeavor, but has just been like, fine, whatever. There's a small orc on my bench now. Whatever. This is what I'm paid to deal with.
It's an orc.
And yeah, I mean, in some respects, it is a small, adorable creature. And I will say, sorry, just a quick aside, I do have a little bit of character art. I don't know if it'll come through in the actors. Where is he? There he is. So chat will be able to see it. I've got it. That's not it. I'm in edit mode.
You.
There's
There he is.
there's a little boy.
Yep. Yeah.
Boy.
The boy.
Adorable.
The boy.
Oh boy.
Pay no attention to anything else. Anyway.
I would like to see the baby.
Bring me the child.
The child.
I just got to it.
Yeah, he's just a little guy.
But yeah, so he's scrambled on top of the bar, and unfortunately, you're pretty sure your instructions were clear. However, every drink that is now being prepared on that bar is getting that powder.
Oh no.
Mm. Okay, that's one spiked punch.
Yeah.
This every time the bartender looks another way, you just see him go.
At some point, the
Oh,
vial probably just drops into the whole thing, and he just loses it. It's like, fuck.
I did it.
His mission accomplished. He scrambles down. It's more just like he falls off the side and just lands on his face. Then gets up. And then again,
Just hear it
motors
clang.
right back to you. Not an inch of stealth.
Damn it. Just has ragdoll physics.
Damn it.
Come on,
Yeah.
come on, kid. Let's go get you a sandwich. I pick him up and I like carry him like a child.
No uppies. No.
No up. Oh, okay. No uppies. No.
I grown up.
Okay, good. Okay. Just making sure.
No
Just walk back over to the food table to make him a sandwich.
It is gonna get spicy, Yermangander.
In the best way possible.
Yeah.
It's alright, I wasn't planning on drinking today anyway.
I'm just glad I already got a drink.
Yeah.
You're one of the lucky ones now.
Ominous stirring continues.
Yeah, this drink. It's like at this point, I don't need any more drinks. Not until
I think-
everything on that bar has found its way to someone.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think the only people who don't have to worry about being affected by that are actually the bird folk, because capsaicin doesn't affect people with beaks.
Oh.
Damn.
Yeah, it's a. I'm not sure if it's all birds, but I know for a fact that there's a great many birds that don't taste capsaicin.
Interesting.
Oh.
Which is a shame on one hand because they don't get to experience the wonders of spice. And I think it's got to do with a difference in taste receptors. But anyway, Diarmid, seeing that things are about to get interesting, is going to speak to the rest of his bard quintet, whatever the quantum state of that group is at the moment. And he's gonna say, "Okay, I'm gonna take my break for the set." And excuse himself off the stage.
Yeah.
And he's going to try and mingle,
Okay.
as much as that is something he is loath to do sometimes, especially at such high society events.
Yeah.
Meeny, meeny, miny. We got the guard who are present here. We got that
Mm-hmm.
Black Dragonborn who is patrolling around, looking
Yep.
particularly suspicious. We've got the adventurers party. We've got some mages present, and we've got the Duchess. I know which one I'm not talking to.
Gee, I wonder who.
I wonder. If it wasn't going to get them in trouble, I might talk to some of the help. But I think instead I'm going to go and have a chit chat with some of the adventuring party. I think I want to talk to the tiefling.
Okay. So they're kind of hanging off to the side. Every so often you see one of them hand something that they've grabbed off the table over to the horse.
Ah, yes, the perfect partner in crime.
The horse.
The horse.
The horse.
The
Of course.
the group kind of nods towards you as you approach. Do you happen to be with them at the same time as well, Dorothy? Or are you still upset?
No, she probably, after, like, I'm sure everybody could just see Wig doing the thing. So, like,
Mhm.
after the bar had been compromised, she probably returned back to the group.
Fair enough.
So Dorothy is
Mhm.
there too.
Hello, good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Hello.
Well, I was looking for some interesting conversation while I was taking my break on stage. My name is Diarmid. It's nice to meet you all.
The tiefling speaks up. Hello, my name's Nemia. These are my colleagues. Helios points towards the elf, and Wander points towards the
Sudamara.
the Warforged, and then and that's Basil points at the horse.
I will give a crit bow to each in turn, including to the horse, to Basil. Well, I can only imagine you must have had some sort of affiliation with the wizard who was passed.
Sure,
myself
you can
as
call
You'd
it
like
that.
to tell him about it.
I wasn't going to assume friendship, considering the general mood of the party so far. But I at least assumed there was yet some business dealings with him, and so felt some sort of obligation.
A number of years ago, when we were last in the area, we needed the help of a wizard, and he's the one that responded. And yeah, we worked together for a while, and then we stopped because don't know how much word has gotten around here, but he was kind of an ass.
I heard some stories of, well, let's just say that there are some wizards that give other wizards a bad name, and that friendly fire is not in fact friendly.
He didn't call his shots.
Communication is quite key, as I'm led to believe. I'm not surprised you didn't continue your work relationship with him. Still, well, I say you all make for a very interesting company to see here attending. I would expect nothing less at a wizard's funeral. If there's nothing arcane and exotic present, then did they ever really practice magic?
I mean, sure. We just kind of happened to be in the area.
Oh, well, Baldur's Gate is replete and without lack of any sort of magically and arcane gifted individuals.
Yeah.
Though
Say that again.
whether they take up the advertisement offered to them, whether they lower their ego to working with people they might consider themselves themselves above, well, that's on a case-by-case basis. With the ego of wizards aside, I am curious about, well, if you all had any stories to share. I'm sure you've been around. Something perhaps not related to the wizard in question, something that might take your mind away from that.
I mean, sure, but it's
No?
not that
Oh.
interesting.
I
Hey,
turned to the,
Dorothy, you got a fun story you want to tell?
my look immediately goes to the lady in purple, and I fix my gaze on her. I was like, "Well, do you?"
Do I have any interesting stories? Not really. I mean, I'm just an apprentice.
Well, all
I go
people
where
say
they
that.
go.
All people think that their stories aren't interesting until they start getting into them.
I mean, there's not much to tell about me. What
I'd
about
say-
you?
Oh, myself. I am a humble bard, a musical performer. I come from a small town off in the countryside of Amen. I don't often get to tell my own story. It's not actually very often that people ask. Most people just pay attention to the bard group, not to the individual. But
Well,
if
it
the
is a
word
very
said-
lovely group.
Well, thank you. We do try our best.
Very talented.
So, while you're having this conversation, all of a sudden, you start hearing a very loud, very, in your opinion, overly dramatic coughing.
Oh dear.
And then,
Oh
Reginald!
boy.
Look over, because she screams, Reginald. I don't want to scream it here because I don't want to be blowing out people's mics or headphones. You see her, you know that dramatic fanning? She's got one of those fans and she's fanning herself. Reginald! I think I've been poisoned. Someone's after my life. And she's like, her face is red, sweat is pouring out.
It seems her drink has made it there after all.
And
Lucan takes the first sip of his drink all evening.
certainly there are other people having similar reaction, though they have seemed to have more adequately recognized that it is not poison. It is just spicy. She starts pointing at various members of the City Watch. My life is under threat. The fanning is getting more and more aggressive. Reginald, I need to lie down. She is already lying down. Just,
You know, I never expected
No
us
is
to have a
looking
funeral.
over in mild horror.
Darmid leans over towards Dorothy as an aside and goes, "It looks like we're going to be mourning a second person going by her act."
the palanquin
Couldn't have happened
Still,
to a
you know.
nicer person.
is
Truly.
being slowly, or about as slowly, unfortunately, because of the size of it, being brought back up the stairs. They seem to have read the room and are whisking the Duchess away to recover from her poisoning.
And
Tragic.
just like that, the tone in the and the feeling of tension in the room just elevates by about a step.
Oh yeah.
The last action that Reginald takes before he leaves the room is to address the guests and says, "I'm very sorry for the appall on this occasion. Please have your fill of what will soon be cleansed drink and food. We will soon be retiring to the drawing room where the representative from the counting house is present with the will of the Lord Wizard Machias, who will then present those matters of estate. But please, no rush. We must allow time for the Duchess to recover." And off
Sounds
Reginald
like-
runs.
Yep. I'm gonna need another drink. He immediately wanders back to the bar.
Just again to Dorothy, it's like, "Hey, you ever been to a will reading?"
I mean, not anything as lavish as this, just,
Oh,
village
you're in for-
fare.
you're in
But
for a treat. You're either going to see a lot of fake tears or some serious bloodshed.
Yeah, if Dorothy looks over to the party, they're like, I mean, you can go if you want. We're probably just going to stay here and get food.
you're not going to the will reading?
Why would he leave us anything?
If you weren't expecting anything, why did we even come here? Is it just for food?
You look over to the
I mean, we
buffet.
could have gotten food anywhere.
Yeah, but free entertainment.
We could have been on the road by now.
Yeah, but we're going to be talking about the Duchess for about, next several days at least.
See what I'm working with here?
It's positively charming. If you would like to go to the will reading, I'd be happy to keep you company.
Sure, why not?
I've had worse dates.
And then just checking in over on Snow, who is, last I understand, getting some foods and drinks.
Well, yeah, he was, as soon as what happened with the Duchess happened, he nodded to himself. He's like, yep, I need another drink. Wandered over and got himself a wine or something.
So while you
I imagine he drinks like a fine wine.
So while you are doing that, you notice Pyrette has joined one of the groups that seem to be hanging around and talking, and then kind of like waves over like, hey, get your ass over here.
Okay. So he grabs a wine and then meanders over. Oh, sorry. We gotta hydrate, stretch, and posture.
Oh, thank you. Yes, thank you, Lord Snickich.
Much thank you.
Snickch. Thank you.
Snitch. Snickch. There we go.
So you head over. You head over to the group where Pyrette is chatting. She is with a few other individuals. Seems to be a dwarf, another tiefling. You're pretty sure it's a half-elf. The ears aren't quite as pointy, and a large bronze. You think it's a dragonborn, but the features are excessively draconic. Like, even more so than what you're used to seeing when you've seen Dragonborn.
Oh. Snow lifts his glass and is like, hey, everyone.
Hey! Let me introduce you to all my half-siblings.
Whoa. Okay, sure.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
hi.
Pyrette points around. That's Arellen, points at the dwarf. That's Arus, points at the tiefling. And that's Torsus, points at the dragon.
The pleasure is all mine, everyone.
A little bit of a weird family reunion, huh? I still don't understand how I'm related to that. She points at the dragon. I'm not at that.
These are weird, what can I say?
Makia's got busy, is what you mean.
I mean, I was trying to be polite about it, but yes.
Like, this isn't even half of us. This is just who was in the area.
Goodness. Well, you certainly have no lack of family to worry about.
Well, I guess.
It's pondered a lot of warps.
Dorothy, please.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
I mean, it is a funeral, so I don't know how happy a reunion it can be, but it's always nice to see a reunion nonetheless.
Oh, yeah.
I also will not say I hope you have a good time, because this is a funeral. But,
please,
you know,
like,
you
lived with him, like, maybe not long, but you were with him as an apprentice. Like, come on, really?
Look, I mean,
Free food, free booze, and, who knows, maybe he'll leave me a shekel in the will.
you said the quiet part loud and the loud part quiet.
He's not here. He's not going to hear me. He's dead.
Did you see how the Duchess reacted? Every single one of those bougie stuck-ups are going to be reacting that way when the will reading's happening. That was just a taste. It's only going to get worse from here.
You think the bartender's going to follow us to the will reading?
I imagine not, so you better get your drinks while you can. It's a will reading, not a social gathering. It's there for people to punch each other in the face and say, "No, I get that."
Can I hear this from where I'm at in the room, or is this like sort of a hush-hush kind of conversation?
Pyrette, for Pyrette's part, she's not being quiet.
Snow isn't either. He's not being loud, but he's not being quiet. He's just normal.
I also hear here in Baldur's Gate they throw boots at people.
Snow looks over and grins. Yeah, certainly is an interesting place here.
Boot.
Boot
And
day.
so
Torsus kind of looks over towards the direction of the kobold, and then over towards the orc, or the small, not orc, sorry, the small goblin. Do you know how long he's had those?
But
And he points the kobold and the walking pot.
do I, Elizabeth?
You don't recall the goblin. You're pretty sure you're pretty sure that the kobold was in his service while you were working with him.
Okay. Yeah, the kobold I'm vaguely familiar with. The walking sauce pot I am not. But that's adorable, whatever it is.
I think it's a
I
goblin.
kind of just want to hug it. I don't even know why, I just do.
I mean, I guess you could
Looking
ask.
over. Toothy grins like, I mean, that would be kind of rude. I'll consider it for later though. Takes a sip of wine. I mean, we've already had some interesting stuff happen, and there's gonna be more happening. Or picking up a tiny little walking sauce pot wouldn't be a huge deal.
Well, I mean, Chief Bitch is here already. That's Pirate speaking up again. Points over at one of the wizards. Other wizards. Of course, and Nora would have showed up here.
Another sip. Man, I'm not going to be drunk enough for the will reading at this rate.
I don't know. We're starting to place bets about who's going to throw the first fit. You want in?
What's the going rate here?
Torsus has money down on the Duchess because he's a quick acting little bastard. I think Arellin put money down on the kobold. It's because he's sitting there quietly. You know, sometimes you gotta go. You gotta consider that. And
But like a ninja.
I decided to put my money on the horse because I thought that'd be really, really, really funny if it was the horse.
I like that. That's out of the box thinking.
Yeah.
You know, I'm gonna go for the Duchess on this one, just because she's already proven how dramatic she is.
All right. Well, you're gonna have to split the pot with horses then.
Fair enough. Just a silly bet anyway.
Yeah. And it's just for drinks after this whole stupidness is over.
All right, yeah, put me down for the Duchess then.
Sounds good.
Lucan leans over. 5 gold pieces on the horse.
You're in.
The blinds are there for a reason.
This should be an interesting time then.
So, if unless anyone in the group wants to take any further actions, I think we will now move things forward over to the will reading.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I'd say that's
Yep.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
All right. So you're brought over into something of kind of a library, not really. Again, it seems room that's more intended for having guests. So it's more about showing that it's a library than actually being a library. There are significantly less people. A lot of the other people as wizards seem to have at this point wandered off. The group that all appear to be Machias's kids, they all decide to seem to stay at the very least because they've all put money in to see what's going to happen. A lot of the city watch seem to fall off at this point, though the Dragonborn stays, as well as a couple other, again, who seem to be more just kind of like keeping doorways monitored. Kind of like in the area there, a representative, it looks like he's got the emblem of the counting house on him. He seems to be sitting behind a desk, along with, there's one member of the City Watch, and the kobold is present as well. The small goblin is also present, though he doesn't seem to be doing anything other than finding a chair and just tearing it apart as he scrambles up and to get into it so he can sit down.
Adorable.
Aw.
Sweet as a button.
Dorothy, as the party that was with you indicated, them as well as the horse seem to have found somewhere else to be. They aren't at the will reading.
Mhm.
I do want to add
Of
the additional
course.
notes. Once Twig has sat down, he seems to have found yet more food to pull, and he's just sitting in the chair, nibbling at it like a little squirrel.
Aww.
Just in case
I've
you're
been
what is
working on that
Twig?
sandwich for like 3 hours.
Just in case you are anyone here in chat or anyone in the party is having a what is Twig doing at this exact moment? That is your update. All right. So the counting house brings out a large scroll and hands it over to the kobold. And the counting house individual says, "Thank you for everyone in attendance. I understand it is a very difficult time, having just lost the wizard Machias. I have been entrusted with the will of the wizard. I am presenting it here to be read by the wizard's surviving assistant." He kind of pauses here. He's like, the kobold, Steve.
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 He will now read the contents of the will. Kind of just taking a look at the room. Everyone seems to be like, I don't want to say apprehensive, but just there is like that feeling of tension. Oh, sorry. One additional note. Reginald is present. The Duchess isn't. Because she is dying.
Reginald.
Didn't you know?
Of course.
Oh,
Of course.
shameful.
Really, my heart goes out to her.
So Steve is holding
Tragic.
the scroll and then starts to open it. There is a bright flash of light, and for those who are kind of attuned to it, a very it's a swelling of a very like sickly, stagnant magic. Steve's eyes begin to glow green, and when he starts to speak, it's not his voice. It's a low baritone, and several people in the room visibly flinch upon hearing it. Twig kind of perks up and goes, "Wizzy? Are all the vultures here? Good. I suppose I should welcome and congratulate you for outliving me. Hurrah for you. Of course, you must feel you are owed. Allow me to get to the point. You get nothing. If this part of my will has been activated, then I was murdered when all vital signs of my body were lost on the 23rd of Kythorn, 1493 DR. I have enchanted this will so that nothing further can be read until the name of the murderer has been read aloud before this parchment. And don't bother with droll attempts to fool my enchantments. A far greater mind than yours, mine, naturally, has woven the magics, and it will not be dismantled by your pathetic endeavors. Find my murderer, and this business will be concluded." The light drops from Steve's eyes as he kind of closes the parchment, and then back in what you presume is his own kind of natural voice goes, "Oh, sorry, I lost myself. I'll read the scroll now." He starts opening it again, and then that burst of magic happens again. And he begins reciting the entire speech you just heard. Again.
He's stuck in a loop. He's
Hmm.
stuck in a loop. He's stuck in a loop.
Yeah.
Quick! Somebody take the scroll away from him.
Does anyone reach out to try and stop him?
I think Dearbid would probably be like on like halfway through
Yeah.
the second reading, he would kind of like go over and pry the scroll out of the kobold's hands.
Okay, so for your
Is this a-
efforts of attempting to do that,
Oh no.
please take 4 necrotic damage.
Oh dear,
Oh.
The scroll
Oh.
will not be removed from his hand.
fucking
Oh.
necromancers.
Well, Steve,
Is the creature with the soup pot still on its head present in this room right now? I'd like to steal the
Yes.
soup pot and put it over the kobold's head. Give it a manual mute, if you will.
Dearbid, seeing like the I assume the sear of necrotic energy on his hands,
Hmm.
will stand aside, wait until the until the
Yes.
speech reading is complete.
It concludes.
And then,
Yeah.
The scroll closes
And then-
again, and then again, yes, he does. Oh, wow,
Steve.
sorry. And it's just, yeah, it's like someone, like you can see, like several people, like smacking his wrist to get that thing out of his hands.
Yeah, it's like as soon as
Yeah.
he's done, Dearma puts a hand on the shoulder of Steve. Steve, scroll's enchanted. You've already read it twice.
Oh,
He's got,
I'm sorry.
That wizard has something of a magic mouth on him.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Who got what?
Nobody got anything. Because supposedly, according to the enchantment on the scroll, your master has been murdered, and
What? And
the
like,
contents of his will not be released to anybody until we find out who did it.
the counting house representative seems to be like, well, I guess I'm not needed here. He's like, he's already
Yeah.
getting the hell out. The City Watch members
what's-
present are kind of like, wait, what? The
What is like? Oh, sorry. Go.
No, go
finish
ahead.
it. Oh, I was just gonna say, like, what is the current like atmosphere of like the people in the room gathered to, hear the will?
it seems to be a mixture of both
Like,
annoyance.
what's the read of the crowd?
It seems to be a mixture of annoyance and shock. Like, certainly you've got kind of the my shorthand for what's called the Bastard Brigade of all of his various children who now are like, well, how do we count for this in the betting pool? And the other wizard that followed into the room, she looks pissed. The member of the City Watch, the Dragonborn, as much as you can kind of read facial expressions from a person with a face with the scaly dragon face,
Mhm.
also seems pretty unhappy with what's happened here. Twig continues to eat the sandwich.
Of course,
Aw.
Wholeheartedly unbothered.
Yeah.
he's here for dinner and a show. Yeah. Well,
At a certain point, sorry, go ahead.
I'm just here to play a dirge, but I'm pretty sure some people here are going to want to figure out what the hell is owed them in the will. I'm gonna
The-
actually look around the room to see if there's anybody actually like making a move to try and figure out what happened.
So
The watch in particular.
Yeah.
But,
Mm. What's the watch doing?
Yeah, so the Dragon Board, who seems to kind of be the lead representative, is looking pretty annoyed and frustrated and is just like, I don't know what he is going on about. The tower exploded. There was nobody else there.
What was the
how are
nature
three
of the
watch members
explosion?
trying to figure out that damn thing.
Was it a magical explosion? Was it a mundane explosion?
It's a wizard. It's always magical when it's a wizard. They can't do anything without farting magic.
Well, an explosion could have been set by anyone.
It was in his stupid magic basement. Like,
is it entirely out of the question that it was as a result of sabotage, perhaps? He did vaunt his magical abilities, but it's still not out of the question that perhaps somebody else set the explosion off. Maybe they tampered with the
I
ward.
mean, it's pretty clear that he wasn't a lot of people's favorite person.
Well, you
Yep,
tell you,
actually,
yeah.
Considering, just looking towards the, as Dearman will look towards the, as you put it, bastard brigade. Look towards them. Look towards the adventuring party. Look towards
The adventuring party didn't
Out
come.
here.
Oh yeah, that's like well,
They pointedly didn't want to attend.
You'll look back towards the door then. Maybe over like a glance to Dorothy. But it strikes me as this man did not have the best of attitudes, and as a result, didn't make a lot of friends. And I would extenuate that to mean he also probably made quite a few enemies.
The wizard that's present in the room, a woman similarly dressed. The best approximation is a lot of gothy shit. Just kind of like does that loud, dramatic side. This is a farce. He's a necromancer. He's not dead. He's sitting around somewhere laughing at us performing these stupid games because he's probably got bored or something.
Okay. If
Yeah,
you
no.
want to play it like that, how about this? Maybe he is still alive. And depending on how we act right now, that will decide who gets what in the will.
He would pull something stupid like that.
I tell you, I think he just wants his what do you call yourselves over there? As he points his like little feathered wing over towards the bastard brigade. I think he just wants to see them all rip each other apart.
Why? We like each other. We just don't like him. He's a shit dad.
And yeah, that's the point though. He wants to see if he can push his. Oh, it
After
could
all.
have been that guy over there, points to Reginald.
Sir, I am the host. I am the representative of the Duchess. I assure you that any evidence of anything untoward would not be from the conduct of her fine house.
I don't know, she looked pretty vindictive up on that palanquin. Oh God, my voice is just changing every 5 seconds.
The Duchess has weak ankles, and walking is very, very difficult for her.
Yeah, just like
Or
breathe.
Dorothy's not laughing, I'm laughing.
Well, I don't know then.
Well,
Lucan,
Well-
I
oh,
for one
looking-
have a great fascination when it comes to things morbid. In particular, I found some interest to be had in delving into the home of a necromancer of all things. I'm quite curious who might have killed this person. Is nobody else?
well, we can rule out many people at the very minimum.
Can we?
I would imagine that the necromancer wizard, at the very minimum, considering it is necromancy and often looked down upon, probably didn't allow everybody into his tower. It needed to be someone close.
I doubt it was any
Well-
public member of the Watch.
I doubt
You
they would know how to
claim
rig
it's-
an explosive.
Dorothy kind of looks at this other wizard woman and is like, you seem to think he's still alive. Was a body ever recovered? Or parts of a body?
She gestures over at the City Watch. Imbor, recite the case file, I guess. Imbor kind of like looks at her like, I don't need the attitude, but thanks. As was reported in the Baldur's Mouth paper, there was an explosion in the base of Machias's tower. The best that we could ascertain after getting to the basement to investigate, he kind of like sighs deeply at that, and like both Steve and Honora kind of like have that glance of like, oh, you guys tripped something on the way down, didn't you? And says almost the entirety of the basement was destroyed. There was no body. Any body in that explosion would have been destroyed. You don't think with all the players that are here in terms of money and whatever, that if any sort of body was recovered, some sort of like expensive resurrection spell wouldn't have been attempted? There was nothing to attempt with. We didn't even have a body to try speak with dead on.
He was a
Convenient way
necromancer,
to-
wasn't he?
Yeah.
What's you funny lady with all the black and the chains? What's that fancy thing they do? It's like a jar.
I think I understand what you're talking about. It has to be prepared in advance, though. Not saying it's. I mean, again, I'm with you on this. He's not dead.
Okay. We can sit here, ho and hum, and presuppose as many things as we like. He's either dead, and the body was crushed and turned to paste beyond recognition and recovery, or blown to cinders, whichever we prefer. So either he is dead, and there's no hope of getting the body back, or he's alive, and he had some contingency in place, which I know many wizards are reputed to do. Regardless, we don't have any evidence or any real way of proving one or the other. My curiosity remains. I want to know what happened. So, if the wizard is telling the truth, or he just put this in his will as a cruel prank, either way, vindictive as he seems to be, he looks down at the singes of like rot on his fingertips. I, for one, am quite intrigued. Would nobody else join me in potentially finding out what really happened here?
Oh, absolutely.
Snow holds a paw up. He's like, yeah, I'm in.
It's got nothing better to do, but sure.
Why not?
Steve lifts a paw hand and says, if you're gonna go to the tower, I should probably go with you to turn it off.
That's likely for the
Okay.
best.
Turn it
wouldn't
on.
want a
What is it, like a
repeat of whatever
lamppost?
happened. I'd hate for a repeat of whatever happened with the captain.
How would he explode? Like this.
Hey kids, want to see
Boom.
the body?
Boom.
Hey kids, you want to see a dead body? All right. Well, while we're waiting for that, Dorothy will be like, "Oh, if you'll excuse me for a moment, I'm going to go inform my adventuring party of what's happened here, and I'll meet back up with you."
I won't imagine they'll be surprised at the fact neither that they got nothing nor that he withheld it with circumstances or what's the word that it's come with conditions.
Perhaps
Best
they'll
of
be
luck.
more willing to share some information about him now, but I'm not going to
Oh,
hold my
maybe they can
breath.
tell us maybe they can tell us any enemies he might have made during their time with him. It's always good to have more information, he says as he sort of pulls out a notebook and begins scribbling a couple things using a piece of charcoal.
Ugh, the notebook.
Meanwhile, the Bastard Brigade's Torsus lifts up a claw and is like, "Hey, you want to start a pool for who we think did it? I'm gonna put 5 gold on Pirate." And she's like, "Excuse me." He's like, "Come on, you're an artificer. You giggle when things go boom," and he went boom. Come on, putting 5 gold on
Got a
you.
point.
Crazy
Literally, do not need to be
artificer.
accused of murder while they have an active watch in the freaking room.
List of potential suspects.
So you're
Insane
saying you'd be
artificer.
okay with being accused of murder if there wasn't a watch in the room?
Okay, let's be clear. All the adventurers in the room, put your hand up. Put your hand up if you've never committed an oopsie doopsie murder.
Logan lifts his hand up.
Either and Delius
No.
does too.
Snow lifts
Well,
his hand up.
wing.
too.
Dorothy does not lift her hand up and kind of gives a little bit of a sidestep away from you.
Diarmid's face goes a bit sour at the topic of wanton, accidental, casual manslaughter.
Mm-hmm.
What's casual manslaughter between friends?
Meanwhile, you look over and you see Twig has raised his hand. Everyone raise
Not
hand.
you.
Even Twig.
Everyone raise hand. I raise hand.
Who hasn't
on you,
committed
Twig.
an
If you just wanted to
impudent
be
murder?
included, I'll just pat on his pot helm.
He's a good guy.
I'm
Little
right now
guy.
calling it. It was the goblin.
It was a goblin.
It's
100%.
Twig.
You would never suspect it.
The most accidental thing is just like, hey, look what I. Oh,
Hey, what does this do?
Look,
Oh god, it's like that. It's like that. It's like that
Reginald.
kobold animation. Hey, look what I can do! Sun explodes. Okay, well, if anybody else has any affairs to get in order, I would say at least the watch should make sure nobody leaves the place for the time being. As this is
Imbor
now
will,
apparently-
the watch official will speak up and say, no one's leaving. In fact, one of my members will be going with your group, because last thing is I need to find out one of you lot did it, and now using this opportunity to go tamper with evidence in the tower.
I think that is an excellent
Oh,
decision.
gestures at himself in a "who, me?" expression.
Who? Yes, I think that's an excellent decision, Captain. As this has now turned into an active murder investigation, whether he is actually dead or not is suspect, but we'll hopefully come to the root of that.
An active theoretical murder investigation.
Quantum murder.
Yeah.
Yeah. How can
Is
someone be
Schrödinger-
both dead and
Schrödinger's
alive at both at the same time?
Yeah.
Schrodinger's.
Schrodinger's murder.
Yeah.
All right.
All right then.
I'm gonna go talk to my friends.
Mm-hmm.
Please do. Anybody else have any affairs they need to get sorted? Especially any things you might want to write your own will, since we are going into a wizard's tower. No. Okay.
I
I'm
think
good.
we're good.
Question. Is there any fancy
Yes.
cutlery in this room? Or stationery?
What's the problem with silverware?
I mean, not silverware again, because this is a more of a library, and I guess they don't tend to want food amongst the books.
Yeah, you
Despite
never
what
know.
Twig keeps doing. Who somehow found another sandwich. And
I can just imagine.
Sorry.
I can just imagine like the room is so fake. Like, Lucan at some point goes over, is like, oh, these are some interesting tomes, and he just grabs one book, and it's just an entirely glued together bit of wood that just painted over, and it's just like, oh,
Garmin
okay.
picks up
Shocking
another. He
surprise.
opens.
It's just painted like book.
You do at some point, like, idly, as you know, you're watching this, you do like, oh, hey, I haven't seen this book before. Oh, it's not.
Yeah.
It's a recipe book.
You grab another one. Open it. It's just a flask of fire wine.
Hmm.
The teacup, I'm pretty sure Twig is still eating the sandwich that Randui has made for him.
Yeah.
That
Big
It was a
sandwich.
big
He's
sandwich.
a little guy.
Little guy.
Did that we found the wizard's emergency snacks somewhere stashed away in the library?
But yes, if there is anything
yeah.
fancy that's not particularly nailed down, like maybe, I don't know, a stationery set, a candle holder. I would just take something and try and stuff it underneath my hat.
I would be careful about that. You don't know what's enchanted with a what do you call it, like a rune or something.
True, but it's a risk I am willing to take.
All right.
I mean,
Anything
to
for
be
the
fair,
profit.
So we'll
be
just
fair, this guy was
As I say,
really renowned.
should I take a sleight of hand check on that?
Are you actually gonna go for like some quills or
Oh,
something?
I'm
on the
actually-
desk?
Yeah, I'm gonna go for it.
Yeah. Well, your character sheet should have the ability to roll your sleight of hand off of it.
I think so. Yeah,
Yep, yeah, just click on it.
Yeah.
just a normal.
I would say you can roll with advantage because people are actively discussing the murder, potential murder.
I'm just
and
taking
you're
definitely
you're
taking
like
it.
over here. Oh,
Well, you know, eh?
oh, those bonuses.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Congratulations, you now are the proud owner of a quill that appears to be of some amount of value.
Just stick that underneath in my shirt pocket.
How long have you had that?
I've always had it. I don't know what you're talking about.
Ah,
This is mine. I brought it with me.
Yeah.
All right. So, Dorothy, you wanted to go speak with your party.
Yes.
You find them not far outside of the Duchess's estate. They're kind of like, I guess appeared that they were kind of like waiting for you to finish, and then they were gonna head out from there.
Are they active? Are they out like outside?
They're
like-
they're within the Duchess's estate, so they're not seen to be like loitering
Okay.
outside of her estate, but they are kind of
Okay,
like
okay.
that, you know. They're doing the equivalent of waiting in the driveway by the car.
Okay, they're idling in the driveway.
Yep.
Okay, she'll catch up to them and be like, I wouldn't be making plans to leave just yet, everybody.
Why?
So the short version is that your wizard friend was murdered. His will was enchanted, and nobody gets anything until we discover who done it.
Nemia starts laughing. Helios and Wander both look a little like, or as much as Wander can, again, given the armor face of.
Yeah.
So that, I mean, Nemia's like, I mean, sorry, but he was an ass. I'm kind of not surprised someone just offed him.
I mean, based on the very little knowledge I have about him, I can't say I'm surprised either.
I don't know why you're so testy about this.
I wouldn't be so testy if everyone wasn't keeping secrets.
It's not a secret, but I'm not going to be like, hello, welcome to our party. Here is our biography written out in this, beautiful handbook that you may read and get caught up. It did happen to come up. Yeah, we traveled with a different wizard at some point.
Okay, well, I don't suppose you would have any insight onto who would have murdered him or why, other than he was an asshole.
I mean, Nemia kind of like sighs a little bit and says, I mean, okay, so a few days ago, we received a message from him, like one of those magic bird things. And he said that he wanted to discuss the terms on which we parted. I mean, we were meandering our way back to Baldur's Gate to talk to the guy, but he went boom before we got here.
Okay, so what were the terms you parted on? Other than bad?
Well, yeah, they were bad, because he kept casting spells where we were. Listen,
okay, but
after the third or fourth resurrection, you just start getting testy.
Why would he want to talk to you about it, though? I mean, just saying, hey, stop killing us with your magic, I understand parting ways on that, but surely there must be something else that you're not telling me here.
Your guess is as good as mine. As I said, he was dead before we got to talk to him.
Well, we can't leave.
I mean, we're gonna have to step out at some point. Basil's gotta go hunting.
Why did you bring Basil anyway?
Did you want to leave Basil alone outside?
Well, I mean, if you didn't care enough to go to the will reading, then, I mean, you could have stayed out there with him. Somebody could have just stayed out with him.
We were waiting for you.
Well, I agreed to, help with some investigation. Because quite honestly, I'm very curious. And, if no one else is gonna give me some answers, maybe I'll find them on my own.
Alright, if you're gonna be like that. You know how to find us when you're done. Is there a pool for how he died?
There is. Well, there's a pool for who the murderer is. You'll have to go talk to the Bastard Brigade, as they're known.
Neat.
They're setting it up.
I don't know what you're talking about, Teacup.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Stop asking questions.
No questions.
It's just like a bunch of people lined up
Won't
in
like
like
the
a horse
answers.
costume, but it's the blinds over
Yeah,
the eyes
it's-
that make it like hard to see.
Yeah.
But yeah,
She'll just be like-
Basil is the mage.
All right. Well, if you don't have any other insights onto this, then I'm gonna go. There's a group going to the tower to take a look around. I'll meet back up with you later.
Yeah, will do. Good luck finding out who murdered him.
Just to put my mind at ease, it wasn't any of you, right? Just tell me now.
Helios looks offended. Nemia looks offended. Wander does a kind of like a dramatic like with the body expression because again, like facial expressions are not something she can do.
It doesn't matter to me either way, but just humor me.
Helios is the one to speak. I don't murder anyone that doesn't have it coming. I mean, yeah, he kind of had it coming, but he hadn't cast a spell on us lately.
It's like a cooling
All
off
right.
period.
All right. Just go get in on the betting action if you want. I'll meet back up with you later.
You, as you're heading back in to rejoin the group, you can kind of see like them counting like a few coins, and it looks like they're going to put in a collective bet at some point.
It's a pool.
Yeah. Dorothy returns, seemingly looking a little more frustrated than when she
She looks
left.
a little annoyed. Yeah, more than usual. Well,
so Steve and looks like the member of the watch coming with you was actually going to be Imbor himself. As you guys are starting to kind of like walk out and head towards the his tower, Imbor kind of like remarks offhandedly, like, honestly, I don't think this wizard's all that. His will didn't even get his date of death correct.
Excuse me? Can you repeat that?
what do you mean?
The date that the will read out was the day before. He died. The explosion was the following day, in the early morning, like
Well,
pre-dawn.
Humor me, officer. What if he did die that day, but they used the explosion the next day to cover up the murder?
Did anyone see him before the explosion?
Like Imbor kind of like looks annoyed at this and kind of like seems to be rubbing his temple a little bit.
Wizards are...
The last event that he was seen at, from what I understand, was here. He points at the Duchess's manor. The day before the explosion, she was hosting one of her parties. Apparently, some breakthrough that Machias had made and magical doobly whatsits. He was here at the party.
Is that the technical term?
I don't need your sass.
Okay.
Oh,
Do you have any idea what those magical whatsits were?
No.
Is there anybody here who would?
Maybe the goth chick, Honora.
Did he get her?
She's right over there. She's stuck in the house like everybody else, because we're apparently investigating a murder now.
And his will did say it. Oh, worth looking at.
So are you guys turning around to go back, or are you going onward to the tower, just to confirm?
Well, we're already on our way to the tower. We
Okay.
might as well
Yeah.
We'll put a
Onwards.
pin in
go to
that.
the tower and then ask her when we come
Yeah.
back.
Sure. Sounds
Yeah.
good.
Wizards are, by reputation, very paranoid. I'm more willing to believe that the spell that would update his day of death was more likely to succeed than, say, either someone using the explosion to cover the body or the murder a day afterwards, or simply the explosion was a result of something he was not maintaining due to his death going critical. Could be there was something that, like, an incomplete magical circle or a rune that was half painted or something that, because it was not being attended, went off. It's also possible. Magic can be very unstable.
Well, it's very possible, which is why we need to investigate exactly what was being messed with.
I can only hope we can find something given the scale of the explosion. I still remember the ground shaking.
Well, being an artificer, I can say that just about anything can cause a big explosion if messed with correctly or incorrectly, however you want to phrase it.
I believe that.
I don't know how many times I've had my whiskers. Oh, sorry.
No, I was just saying, I believe that just like anything can be a poison in a high enough quantity.
Yeah, I don't know how many times I've had my whiskers singed by saying a word wrong or mixing up tenses or intoning it incorrectly. You have to really be careful with stuff like that, especially the more advanced ones.
Yeah, and imagine that, but scaled up to something an archmage would make.
Exactly. I think whatever gadgets were being worked on are probably a crucial part of this.
Okay. So
in that case,
oh, sorry.
I was just saying, in that case, it might bear looking into anybody that might have taken interest in whatever it was he broke through on.
There's a part of this that irks me, though. The date of death was wrong and no body was found. So who says the wizard died in that explosion?
He didn't.
If
the
the
wizard
theory-
says he did.
If
For all
we're
we
going
know,
with the theory
he's
that
sitting in
he's
his
dead.
spot somewhere.
Perhaps.
Or he died a day before the explosion and it went off afterwards. So, yeah.
If
All
the
right.
fire is hot enough, it can destroy evidence.
We won't know more until we go and look. All right, then, Captain. Please lead the way.
So you're taken through the upper city of Baldur's Gate over to the wizard Machias's tower, through all the winding streets and the above commotion of the city. You arrive at the tower, which at this point is pretty easy to discern from the rest of the architecture because it's the only one that has an entirely blackened base. That kind of like telltale sign of charcoal burn. And it's a fairly tall tower, lots of floors. I'm not going to give the exact number because I don't want to count. Sorry. You get to the door, and you're, as I said, you're accompanied by Imbor, a member of the City Watch. You've also got Steve with you right now. Steve kind of waits when you guys get to the door. Imbor actually goes forward, and you can see him doing something to it and talking to the members of the City Watch that are there, actively patrolling the building. And they kind of salute him, back off. And you see him fiddle with the door and then open it. And he's like, "All right, come on in, everybody. Watch your step." Steve kind of goes forward, but goes, I'll turn it off. I'll turn it off. And he kind of scurries forward, and then you see him go in somewhere, do something, and then sticks his head back through the door. "Okay, they're off. You can come in. You can come in."
Turn what off?
Okay.
Upon entering
What
the
did she
building,
turn off?
upon entering the building, you see a small foyer with stairs leading both up and down. The charring along the walls, kind of starting around where you can see the stairs leading down, which kind of seems to indicate where the crime scene was. The walls, the floor, paintings, rugs, everything has various arcane sigils all over them.
Darnit is now keenly aware of the fact that he is walking across a disarmed minefield.
Yes. Imbor kind of looks over at Steve. Is like, you couldn't have done this when we came here, and he's like, I don't trust cops.
You're a smart one, Steve, I'll tell you that much.
Machias no trust you either. Imbor seems a little like, duh, and then after you lot.
Oh, yes.
Yes, let's go.
All right, uppies or downies?
Where did the explosion happen in the basement, correct?
Correct.
I guess Downey's then first.
Down if you
Okay.
want to see what the damage looks like up, perhaps if... No, let's go down first, I would say.
Downies it is. No whoopies.
Yes, the goblin said, no uppies.
Yeah.
Puppies later.
You see Steve
Yeah.
just kind of like find an area in the foyer just to kind of like sit down, being like, my work here is done. As you guys, sorry?
Steve, is there anything you might need to deactivate in the basement?
No. A lot of it got scratched off. Or he points at the cops, they stepped in it.
I thank the Watch for their valiant effort to help disarm the traps in the basement ahead of time.
I'm sure Imbor speaks up. I'm sure the families were very consoled by the amount of concern being shown by the representatives of Machias' estate. Steve kind of just shrugs at this.
Perhaps we can take some of the money from the will to, I don't know, pay for wine and consolatory flowers.
There is already funds for the families of the Watch that die in the line of duty, even if it was from paranoid wizardry. Seriously, who means this many whatevers he's scribbled on the wall?
Like I said,
You can never be too sure.
You know, this reminds me of a wizard I met in Waterdeep once. He was always... I think he was missing a hand. It's hard to tell sometimes, but he did like the color purple.
It is a good color.
I love purple.
All right, so upon descending down into the basement, visibility is not great. The walls and the floor, for starters, are charred black. There aren't any windows, and whatever light sources may have been in this room, they aren't there anymore. The captain of the watch doesn't seem very concerned by it, but yes, the within the room, from what you can see, there is a lot, like, whatever was in this room for the most part is gone. You do see some attempts, likely you suspect done by the watch, to kind of like, there's like some organized piles of things that got partially destroyed off onto the sides. And yeah, I think at this point, unless there's some other discussion points or things you want to have, I think it's time for some investigation rolls. Good old investigation.
Investigation, you say?
Investigation.
Before that can happen, Darmid is going to have to light his lantern because he cannot see down here.
Fair enough. Yes, anyone who's got, unless you've got low light vision, visibility here sucks.
Yeah.
I think the birds are both okay, if I recall correctly.
Actually, just double
Yeah,
check.
I am also going to.
I think I have low light vision.
Yeah, we
Sorry.
get dark vision.
Oh, I have dark vision.
Yeah, you're
so...
good. Tabaxi's good.
Us more. Yeah,
Yeah.
us boring normal humans need some extra light.
Just a quick reminder, you can click on the little token that's on the map and just click on it, and you have a little hotbar that pops up at the left. You can just hover over attributes and roll from there if you don't want to go to your character sheet every time.
Oh.
All right, so we've got rolls from Lucan and Rendelius.
Sorry. How do you roll again?
If you want to make it simple, you just click on your character sheet or the character token that's on the map. A little hotbar will pop up
okay.
on the left, and then under attributes is where your skills are.
Oh, okay. Investigation.
I like seeing everybody's little dice.
Ooh.
You're not the lowest roll.
Oh.
Alright.
Still pretty low.
You rolling dear mid, or are you letting this one pass?
No, I just wanted to make sure my proficiencies were working all right.
Oh, sure, not a problem.
And public roll intelligence. Yeah, just because this seems fairly important. I'm going to add myself a 1d8 bardic inspiration to see if I can do this well enough.
Okay.
Turned out all right.
Alrighty. So, okay, let's got here. Sorry. Dorothy got the best, followed by Lucan, then Dearmid. Okay, cool. So,
thank you for the Lord, for the hydrate, stretch, and posture check.
Oh, yes.
Mitch.
We'll take a quick
Mitch.
hydrate and stretch.
Everyone on shrimp
And,
themselves.
Yep.
Thanks for dropping by. Have a great day.
Okay.
All right. So the one thing that everyone notices is that the explosion did seem to be focused from the center of the room, like from what you can kind of see of like the blast radius in terms of like where kind of the scorch marks kind of emanate from the blackest point in the room as well. Lucan, what you notice, that is you find kind of over in one of the piles that were put together by the watch is a book. It seems relatively legible, wasn't too badly damaged. That's kind of like why I got your attention. It is a book that appears to be an inventory of what this room contained. The different chemicals, reagents, magical whatsits. All of the chemicals have been, as you're kind of like paging through it, they're been very clearly marked with explanations of what they do and what they can, their properties, and most importantly, what chemicals can't be mixed together.
Right.
And then like little notations about like what will happen if a mix happens, like deadly neural gas or goes boom.
Ooh.
Or turns into a fish.
Perhaps.
Exciting.
Some of the ones that would result in pretty much disastrous sort of consequences, you know, like the neural gas or whatever. The ingredients, I'm gonna guess that, you know, we can't find any trace of any of this.
A lot of it appears to be wrecked, like either consumed in the explosion or other circumstances. You do find, it seems that the watch, whatever things they could find that were in an okay state, again, we're kind of like all arranged in one section of the room, but like a lot of them are covered in soot and dirty, so it's like any labeling system might not have survived the explosion.
Fair enough, yeah. Okay.
Dorothy, so what you happen to notice is in the explosion, it appears sections of the wall, well, it's not entirely clear if it's not structurally sound or what have you, you're not that experienced. You do notice that there's something that seems to have been slightly exposed by the walls. You think you see bones. And when you kind of like reach out to touch the wall a bit, you notice that at least the front facing part of the wall feels easy to pull away. Like, you know, a good scratching.
Real fake walls.
A good scratching could get these walls to come down.
All right. She'll call everyone over and be like, I think these walls could come down pretty easily, and that looks like a skeleton back there.
Oh, a literal skeleton in a closet.
Or a
And
skeleton
A
behind the
necromancer
wall.
with necromancer weapons?
Give me a hand with this. Let's pull this
Sure,
down.
Sure,
Our corner
All
friend
right.
over there makes a good point. I would be less surprised if this wasn't a necromancer's tower.
I'd like to help with the strength check just to humor myself.
Okay.
Yeah, same.
Go for it.
Yeah.
All right, let's go. Let's
I-
put these
I know
wings
what
to
the-
work.
Yeah. All right, where's my
Yeah.
strength?
We're just gonna do yeah, sure. Strength checks.
Uh,
Oh no. I
oh,
thought too.
jeez!
Oh no.
Sasha, did you not prepare your
I
offerings
don't-
for the dice?
Oh no.
I haven't had much chance.
Oh, I guess I'm
That's
really
okay.
strong.
Puppy pictures.
So yeah, like it is something of a comical sight as you watch two birds and a cat all kind of start like pawing at the wall and nothing happening, and then like Dorothy kind of is like nah, and like kind of gets her hands right into it and just start kind of like pulling a little bit, and you see some like sections of the wall crumble away, revealing yes, there does seem to be
I guess I didn't need your help after all.
at least one skeleton. Oh, I'm not even saying it. Skeleton within the wall. I can't even say it. I've said the word wrong so many times I can't say it right anymore.
Ellington.
Ellington.
As you guys are looking at that, like Imbor kind of looks over and like, oh yeah, them.
Damn.
Them?
Them?
You want to be more specific?
What do you mean, them?
Yeah.
So
You can't,
What
you
does that
can't leave
mean?
us
those
hanging.
three guys who
Yeah.
died, what happened was someone stepped on something and then they all fell asleep, and then some of those started clawing their way out of the walls and attacked them, and they were all asleep, so easy pickings.
That's horrifying.
Oh, I see.
Oh,
Some
that's
sort
awful.
of necromancer's safe security system.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Well, that's horrific.
Yeah.
You get some
Uh,
guard dogs like everybody else. Will like, what the?
Well,
Honestly, I thought
mean-
that's what Steve was. Then he started talking.
Well, that's just not nice.
thank you, Choo Choo.
Choo-choo,
Lenneth is
thank you
great.
for the bits.
Choo-choo.
Lenneth
I'll
is
say it
great.
again, he didn't. That thing
Lenneth
didn't lift.
is-
That thing didn't lift a paw when those things started tearing apart the tower. We had to go get that goth bitch back at the castle to come do something about it before they would turn off the security system.
Hmm.
Okay, then. All right, so they're in the walls. Lovely.
Now that you
what-
kind of have that information from Imbor, you kind of look at a few other places that you thought was like, oh, I guess that's maybe where the explosion just hit particularly hard. You're like, oh no, a body came out of there.
Yeah.
Walls are weak to begin
Man.
with.
Yeah.
Man,
Yeah.
necromancers really don't get a good rap, and it's because of guys like this. Okay. Just putting it out of his mind for the time being to pull his mind away from the absolute morbidity of this security system. Darman will look towards the book that I believe it was Snow. What was it?
Oh, it was Lucan.
The Rise of Lucan.
Lucan.
Lucan managed to find and say, what's the contents? What does it detail?
It pretty much informs us of whatever concoctions can be made and what not to mix and stuff like that. It's more or less an inventory list and
Okay.
such.
Does anything detail a potential explosion? Or if I should probably phrase that as how many?
The answer would have been
Better
yes. How
question.
many?
Yes, how many?
How many
Make
would
us-
that be?
Yeah, it may give us some clues to what actually happened down here.
Yeah.
I think the answer wouldn't even be a number. It would just be yes.
That I say that's
Elizabeth.
very appropriate. Yes, there is
Hmm.
many methods to make chemical mix go boom.
Explosions.
Uh,
Elizabeth.
Yes.
Elizabeth.
Hi.
I'm not a wizard. I am magically inclined. If I look at these surviving notes, would I be able to maybe get an idea of what he was working on here? Or what or
Can I
does
get-
the book detail what he's working on?
This book that Lucan has found is specifically inventory and like I don't want to say common knowledge, but like someone with some magical ability will read it and be like, yeah, of course you don't mix this and this. Yeah, it will go boom. Like this,
Yeah.
it's fairly like introductory alchemy 101, how not to blow up your hand.
Yeah.
But I mean, if you'd like to make an Arcana check and maybe look at some of the other literature that may have survived, you are more than welcome to.
I suppose anybody else who's magically inclined could do so.
I could try. I'm not magically inclined.
Yeah, sure. What am I?
You'll be making an Arcana check.
I just want to point out my idiocy that I was trying to click on my screen. Like, why isn't this rolling? And I'm like, oh right.
Why are you not working?
Why stream no let me clicky?
Why can't I click this on the stream?
Is that an 8? Oh, that's an 8. Okay. Planet's sort of in between for me. Damn.
Arcana is in intelligence, right?
Yes, plus your Arcana modifier.
Yeah, you could just click on it on your...
Use a little hotbar. It's the easiest way to do it.
Man, everyone's rolling 8s.
Oh.
I see a 20.
Ooh, Snow.
Ooh. Oh, you rolled with advantage. Oh, because you have the things for that.
Let me double check it. I hope I didn't do it stupid. Yeah, I have it. +6. And it's a thing. Proficient.
Okay, well, hey.
But what gave you the advantage?
Did you click on advantage or did you click on normal?
I think I accidentally clicked advantage.
I will say though,
Well, roll
I don't think it would matter because it was the first die that came out 20.
Yeah. I'll run with the nat 20, but yeah, learning for next time.
I'm sorry for that.
Okay.
That was a stupid.
It's not a stupid. I think everyone aside from Lucan is still learning Foundry, so we're all figuring this out together. Anyways, so yeah, in this case, Snow, you kind of wander over to the pile of literature that seems to have been kind of just, I don't want to, it's not definitely not organized, but kind of put together by the watch. Immediately nothing kind of like sticks out as like research in the pile. There are some very technical books in here, like certainly ones that, like, especially because your focus is not in wizardry schools, you moved over to an artificer focus. You do see some evidence that he was working on something. It does seem to be in the vein of not resurrection, but preserving something, like preserving life, I guess is the best way to put it. It is, again, as I said, not where your focus was at all. So like there's like entire sections where you're like, I know he's writing words, but I don't understand a damn thing.
So Snow will meander over, peruse a few pages, and be like, so I don't think I understand this fully, but I'd say if I had to guess, it looks like he was maybe looking into preserving life instead of whatever else. Snow shrugs and is...
That tracks from
Yeah.
necromancer. Also,
Yeah.
it's interesting.
I mean, it's
I know
not
that-
my area of expertise, but that's the best I can gather here.
I know that at least most necromancers don't actually have any interest in killing. They're more interested in prolonging or reverting, as like a holding off or reverting death.
Yeah, I didn't study necromancy too long before I switched over to artificing, but
I've got something of a morbid fascination with the matter of necromancy myself.
fair. Well, maybe you
well,
could read this better than I can. And he walks over and hands over.
Well, my interest is absolutely best summarized as a hobby. I doubt I could help with anything more technical, but perhaps I could lend a lens of understanding.
Yeah, I mean, hey, at this rate, anything helps.
Okay. Well, if I were to look at this, what would I get from it?
Yeah, unfortunately, with your role,
Yeah.
no. Like, certainly, like, once you kind of have Snow's lens of, like, okay, here are some passages and blah, blah, blah. Like, you're kind of like, oh, yeah, I see. And
No,
then, like, it's still like,
It's
this was not, this is like, you know, if you, like
This is
say, if your
advanced
knowledge is
levels.
bachelor's, this guy's writing at a PhD level.
Yeah, this is like going from reading curiosities to
Mhm.
reading through an incredibly dry academic textbook.
Yeah.
He's like, unfortunately, I can't digest this. I have little in the way of
Yeah.
actual schooling in the matter.
Fair enough. Anybody else think they might be able to help?
Yeah, I'm not even gonna try.
Yeah, it's not really my area of expertise.
I will say, slightly
either.
out of character, you did get a nat 20 on that. So,
Yeah, we're not gonna
No,
have
that's
any
fair.
additional insight.
No,
on that.
I know, but
Fair
I'm
enough.
trying to be in character here.
okay, fair enough. At this, you know, around this point, like, Gimbor's like, you guys done here yet?
Maybe we should take a look upstairs.
I think that'd be the next best.
Yeah.
Next best action. Yes.
As you know, walk on through, you head to the foyer. You notice Steve isn't there anymore. You do hear some scuffling from upstairs.
Scuffling.
Definitely.
You guys continuing upstairs, just to confirm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Cool.
See what's going on.
So
Yeah.
the stairs up seem to lead you to several levels. Sorry. The second floor seems to be where guests would be hosted. Snow, you were kind of actually like, this is where most of your memories are of this tower is. This is tended to be where Machias would have guests. This is where the guest rooms were, so this has been where you would have slept when you were here. There's also a kitchen, which right now is populated by Steve, who is just, you know, putting some stuff together.
Good old Steve.
The next couple floors after that, if you keep moving on, all appear to be where Machias kept his libraries, his collectibles, his little wibbly wobblets.
Collectibles?
And
Wibbly wobblets.
the collectibles,
Yeah.
the glass
Collectibles.
cases for his figmas, so on and so forth.
Oh, he's yeah.
And
Oh,
then
this Magnus is the man of culture.
the final
Yeah.
floor at the very top appears to be his bedroom. There also, in this room, you notice two, the best to describe seems to be nests, one larger, one slightly smaller. You kind of estimate this is probably where Steve and the small goblin have been staying.
Aw.
This, out of all of the rooms, the bedroom has the least amount of adornment. The bed just seems to be, you know, simple but comfortable. You know, no flying buttresses, no 4 posters or anything like that. There's a nightstand with some books by the bed. Walls are pretty much bare except for curtains that just make sure the windows are staying covered. So yeah, that's kind of a rough summary of the upstairs.
Taking a look at his collection. Does anything like horrific stand out? I guess like I'm looking specifically for something that would, you know.
I mean,
Yeah,
you
I'll
do
look
have
around
some.
for-
You do see the telltale signs on the walls again, because again, like those glyphs that I mentioned and like the runes and symbols. This man must have had some time because the entire upstairs is covered. Like, again, you know, if it weren't for Steve probably coming ahead and turning off the traps, you would probably have been hit by something by now. And this is just what you can see now that you know to look, now that you realize what those runes are probably meant to trigger. I mean, you've got kind of the standard, like, quote-unquote, standard necromancer curiosities. Like, you've got a couple locations where, like, hello, here is a skull in a jar. Here is, you know, a severed hand, again, with some jewelry on it, in a glass case that seems well preserved. In addition to, like, you catch a couple titles of some of the books that are in the library. One that catches your eyes is the Librum of Souls and Flesh, which sounds like wonderful nighttime reading.
Oh yeah.
Or perhaps if that
No,
doesn't
it's
take your
just
fancy,
sorta-
there's also the fulminating treatise.
Given that I've been here before, does anything seem like really out of place or where it shouldn't be or something weird about it?
No, not at all. Like his sorting system, for lack of a better term, was already firmly in place by the point at which you had been staying in the tower. And yeah, aside from the changes that have been made, it looks like to accommodate taking on the small orc, or sorry, the small goblin. I don't know why I keep saying orc.
A very small work.
Yeah, he's very small. Like basically, like yeah, another bed appeared. That's about it. And you notice a lot of the furniture now has little claw marks.
Aww.
Could we take Twig with us?
No.
Oh. Poor Twig.
He's eating a sandwich.
He's doing fine.
I hope he's okay.
He's probably still eating the first sandwich.
I feel like it's like someone's like, I'm gonna cast scrying. Why? I need to know how Twig is doing.
I would if I had magic.
It is very important.
It's important to know
Yeah.
that his well-being is in a good place.
As long as he's not the one murdered, everything's fine.
I'd like to rifle around in his bedroom
Mm-hmm. All right.
if there's anything interesting in there.
So in the bedroom, sorry, let me just pull back up my notes. You do notice that there's a few books on the nightstand. One of them appears to be his journal, as well as a second book that seems to just be a series of portraits. You recognize actually some of them in there. You recognize some of the quote-unquote bastard brigade. You see one of the goth wizard. You also see one of Steve and one of Twig from, looks like maybe when they were a bit younger.
Aww.
Okay.
Aww. So they're best buds.
Does
I would-
the picture of Twig make him look smaller?
Yes.
These are hand drawn. He drew these. Presumably?
There's no artist credits listed.
Okay. Well. Does his journal have anything interesting in it?
Roll me investigation.
Absolutely.
I mean, it is a fairly thick one, so it's whether or not you can kind of get to whether or not you get to the juicy pages.
Juicy bits.
Oh. Well, at least I'm not the only one suffering today.
Ah!
I mean,
Dice roller hates me.
you're kind of flipping through the pages, and you kind of get stuck in a section where he details, and it's one of those things that's horrifying and you can't look away. He details the relations that he had with a dragon that resulted in the consumption of Tarsus.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Okay, I'm taking a deep dive into his.
Apparently, a very nice lady bronze dragon.
Okay.
And then he polymorphed his what?
Polymorph, what? So if anyone
you
comes
said
up
the
there,
word
Dorothy's
polymorph.
just like. Yeah, if anyone comes up there, Dorothy's just like sitting on the bed, like.
What are you doing?
Dharma
And
comes up like just looking over her shoulder and goes, "Why are you reading smut?"
I'm investigating his journal.
No,
If that's what
looks over
you
was
call
like,
it, I will
"Smut
leave you to
here?"
your devices.
So
Oh,
Looking-
dude,
looking-
never even looked at a magazine or
it could give
anything.
us some insight.
Into
looking
how
over
to
the
lay a
shoulder.
dragon.
looking over
Normally-
the shoulders like, wait a minute, you can't cast enlarge that often. You run out of spell slots.
But it does last for an hour, I think.
Lasts more than
If it
4
lasts
hours.
for more than 4 hours.
Yeah, if it
No,
lasts more
actually
than 4
snort.
hours,
Yeah.
consult your
Yeah.
local cleric.
I thought you were an apprentice to an adventurer. I thought they're more consumed with slaying dragons than laying them.
Funny, funny. Here.
I know, I'm known for my wit.
Yeah.
Hmm.
The entire
Well
session
then.
derailed. Everyone needs to read this smut, apparently.
Damn.
Everyone
Yeah.
needs to read
You know
this
what?
one.
If she's
Well,
going
if
to
somebody else wants to try and make a better roll than I did.
Well, if she's going to insist that this
Sure.
smut is key and essential to the investigation,
No, I
I'm gonna
didn't.
look
She
at the-
rolled an 8.
I'd like to.
What
I'd
What am,
like
I,
to.
what am I rolling?
I'm going to see whether or not I can divine anything greater from this.
Yeah, so
All of us are just over
There was
Dorothy's
several
shoulder
hands
now.
Yeah.
slammed on the book to take it from Dorothy. No, you're reading
What
it
am
wrong.
It's like,
What
and
am
then
I
she-
rolling?
Intelligence.
And then the dragon was a demanding mistress and insisted that he be the one to polymorph. What?
Oh my god.
Oh no.
This
it's
is
Where's Sasha?
fascinating to everyone else.
morbid.
So
Morbidly
in the
fascinating.
okay, we got one more.
Oh shit.
In the kerfuffle that emerges as several hands grab at Dorothy to get this book, Lucan emerges victorious. And
Well,
The-
they're all.
you
oh,
kind of
sorry.
like decide to go to the more recent sections of the journal rather than getting distracted at the dragon chapter. Sirs. And you see like him kind of speaking in broad terms about this research, about his progress and how well you think it's going. But then it seems to turn towards what I would call the 2 a.m. regrets. The stuff that you start thinking when it's 2 a.m, you probably should have gone to bed, and those little brain worms come out, and you see the writings
Wow.
about, oh, I'm an awful person. There's no one who likes me except a kobold and a goblin. They're both wonderful, by the way, but I don't deserve them.
Aw.
This wizard was capable of introspection.
Food.
Yeah.
There'll be nothing
Right.
left when I'm gone.
Oh,
Well, apparently there was something
Huh?
enough to explode.
yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
There is something.
apparently
There's
it-
skeletons in the walls.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is what the will is, just nothing and depressive, horny thoughts written in a book or something. It's just great. I mean, I'll share that with the group, but I don't know if it'll help much. Better than nothing, I suppose.
Mm.
Well,
I
actually,
just love how we're all not rolling that well, and we're all like completely probably missing what the thing that would solve the crime.
oh, for sure.
No, don't worry about it.
I'm actually going to like turn to Lucan and say, wait, no. That whole list of regrets. Is there anything in there that involves other people?
Is there?
You see the name Honora come up several times. From what you gather from the discussions at the funeral, she is in one of the Bastard Brigade. But, and Snow, you do recall several times when you were still trying to apprentice under Machias, he called you Honora when he was trying to, like, you know, he wanted you to do something, he wanted you to fetch something, and instead of saying, hey, Snow, he would say, Honora, go get me that. And then you'd be like, sir, I'm not Honora.
Snow furrows his brows. He's like, I know that name. He called me that more than once by accident when, you know, he'd ask me to go pick him something up or something.
That was
Do
the name
they-
of the morbidly dressed witch at the party.
Correct.
Yeah.
So she was his apprentice once upon a time?
Seems so.
I guess so.
Could be there's more bad feelings being harbored under the surface. Potential. He's going to scribble that in his notebook.
Write that down. Write that down.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Put
Snow
her-
writes it
put
down
her,
too.
like, he's going to smudge out where he originally had her and kind of bring her up the list on potential suspects.
I mean, in regards to any bad feelings they might have to each other, it didn't exactly seem like they were on good terms as it is.
Yeah, but
He was more than happy to cuss
I
him out
mean-
again, so.
He was a jerk, but he wasn't a monster.
But she is
As far as
possibly
Despite
I
what
know.
you
one.
saw
Is
on the
it-
walls.
But
I was
here's
gonna
the
say.
thing.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. We said it before. Only people he like there was a very select group of people who would have potentially let in the tower. And I think she would be one of the few people who would actually be able to get in and mess with whatever exploded.
Very true.
She would know where where the chemicals are stored in the basement. She would know where the different wards are in the building without setting them off, or how to deactivate them, like Steven did. She's a prime suspect.
I concur.
Steve seems
Also,
very upset at the prospect of this.
If indeed he's harboring a lot of regrets here in this notebook about how I would assume how he treated her. One, that gives motive, and two, that gives a reason for why perhaps he might have let her in at one point in a moment of weakness. It could be.
I think
he
that's
had
pretty
feelings
solid.
for her, but that's just
Yeah.
my romanticism playing up, perhaps. Still, as it is right in my mind at the very least, she is a prime suspect.
Yeah, I agree.
It's not far-fetched.
It would also perhaps give some reason as to why she'd be willing to come down and deal with the after effects of his traps when asked by the captain of the watch here, by Embor.
Sorry, I didn't catch what you said about Imbor.
It's just that why she would have been willing to assist in dismantling the undead traps when asked by Embor.
Right, okay. So Imbor, who's kind of like, again, he's been lingering around. He hasn't been interfering with you guys in any way, but it's just like, I mean, it sounds like at this point we're heading back to the Duchess's house now.
Unless we can find
Most
something
likely.
else here on the upper floors. Anybody else? Any ideas?
Hey,
Nah.
Hmm?
Hey?
Mari, Mari.
Huh?
While these
Hey,
guys are
yeah?
talking about, like, all this stuff, there's, like, all the dismantled traps and, like, 2 floors of books and magic crap.
That is true. I didn't want to interrupt the conversation. I'm gonna slink off and try and find some things to stuff inside my jacket. No one's gonna
Randelius is
suspect.
suspiciously absent, but no one
Don't
notices.
worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it.
What about
Investigating.
What about a
Yeah.
stealth check, maybe, to go unnoticed that I've left away?
Yeah. If I just so yeah, you'd be rolling stealth, and then I'm trying to remember. Is there like a passive stealth he needs to pass for everyone else not to notice?
I believe it is a passive perception, which
Right.
is on the character sheet, like right next to your modifier. So, like, you see wisdom +5, and then in brackets, a little grayed out, you see your passive perception. Unless we actively go look for Rendilius, like,
Yeah.
passive perception. Oh.
Well,
Well.
Wellity.
Or, everyone looks over at Rendillis, who stumbles into a vase or something, and then is like, "Hi."
I'm just don't mind me.
This is
Yeah,
very sad.
According to a friend, you need to be a little more careful. There's all kinds of things all over the place. You might set off a trap.
true. And you see these wizards, they don't like building houses that, accommodate my kind. I'm gonna go check and see if there's any other signs of skullduggery.
Are you sure you want to go all on your own? It's
I'm
dangerous.
only just going out in the hallway, it's fine. But this is when I pull out the persuasion.
Squint.
All right, so just trying to be mindful of time, I am going to speed
Yeah,
things back to
Okay.
the manor. Sorry, I don't mean to cut you guys
Sure.
off. Just
Oh yeah.
don't want to hold you guys here indefinitely. 6 hours later, our D&D campaign is still continuing.
I mean, not that I could complain, but yes, it is a Sunday night.
Yes, fair enough. All right, so you guys make your way back to the estate. True to the watch's word, the guests are still there. The Duchess seems to have staged a miraculous recovery. She is no longer somewhere in the upper areas. She is blessedly by herself. She's been, seems most likely placed on a couch that is allowing her to lounge and repose, along with the other remaining guests from the funeral that were asked to hang around. You also, just for the appropriate update, Twig is still there. He is curled in a little ball and is sleeping.
Hell yeah.
The
Aw.
little soup pot hat has been put off to the side because it's hard to curl up and sleep when you've got a hat on.
You're doing good, Twig. He's doing good.
Here's the hero we need.
Everyone else seems to either
Yeah,
like
he's doing
found
his
somewhere to
best.
sit or, found a wall to lean on, or some people have found actual books hidden amongst the fakes books in the Duchess's library and are just, idly reading or what have you. Nobody's got smartphones, so everyone's just finding ways to keep themselves busy. Some parts of the buffet table haven't found their way into the library. The open bar did not, unfortunately. It seems like the bar got sent home.
What a shame.
I can only imagine
Yeah.
why.
Yeah.
Would me rolling an Arcana check on something result in me knowing at least the school of magic, or would I specifically need detect magic?
You
for
need
that?
detect magic for that. With Arcana, you could make an estimate. Like, I guess what I mean to say, detect magic will tell you the answer. Arcana will give you the ability to estimate it to the best of your knowledge.
Because I am a little curious about that pedestal, and I kind of want to roll an Arcana check on that just to kind of like see if I can get like an inkling of what kind of magic is in play here.
Sorry, the pedestal of
The word naming, basically,
or
or naming. I guess the platform that we're supposed to read out where whatever.
oh, sorry,
who-
it's a scroll.
Oh, it's a scroll. Okay.
Sorry, I guess that's why I was confused. I'm like a pedestal.
Where the lectern, wherever they were
Yeah.
reading off the wheel.
Right.
Yeah. So you can either do an Arcana check on it, or if someone has detect magic, they're welcome to make a detect magic check on that thing.
Would you like me to cast detect magic?
Yes.
I mean, sure. Yeah.
I recall correctly, there isn't a roll for detect magic, correct?
No.
Yeah, you're like,
No.
yes, turn on, please.
I believe after detect magic, you can make a roll to determine the exact school, or is that
I
just
believe that's
automatic?
an Arcana check, to determine what the
Yeah.
If you sense magic in any way, you could use your action to see if faint or around anything that bears magic, and you learn at School of Magic in any way.
Yes.
Oh,
so
okay.
you don't
You don't have to roll.
Okay.
Oh, in that
Okay.
case, I was
So-
thinking
You just
of
know.
previous editions.
Yeah.
For the next hour, Flora is considered to have detect magic on. While there's a lot of things with magic here,
Yeah,
but if you focus
Yeah.
in on,
I'm
the
going
will-
going on a magic trip.
Yeah.
Just
I
hey,
can
can you
see
check
through
the scroll for
time.
me? Can you check the scroll for me? Yeah, sure. And just flashbang.
It's like turning night vision
I can
goggles on
see
in front
through
of a lamp.
time.
Oh, shiny!
Alright, sorry, let me just find.
Shining
I did
pearl.
write
You got
down.
Timmy.
If I did write this down because I'm like, someone's gonna cast detect magic on this bloody thing. So let me just find where my notes are on it.
Knew it was gonna happen eventually.
I know somebody. I
Oh,
better
yeah.
know the answer to this question.
I fire magic missile at the gazebo.
Okay.
Magic missile.
Sorry, my apologies. Where is this note? Where is this note?
No worries.
What kind of scroll is it? Magic. What kind of magic?
Magic.
Magic.
It's
What
magic.
magic is it?
I
Arcane?
thought I just said that.
Oh, I
Did
see
I
it
stutter?
again.
Oh my god, did I delete the note?
Oh no.
Oh my
Oh, you
God.
Oh
dumbass.
no.
Okay, so I will say, looking at the will, it is hard to look directly at it. It is layers upon layers of various different enchantments and properties. You see the school of necromancy in there. You see the school of enchantment in there. You see the school of divination in there. It is like when it was one of those things where when he made the boast of don't bother dismantling this, just go figure it out. You're like, yeah, this man was not bluffing.
Yeah, she'll just be like, there are a lot of layers of magic on here. There's at least 3 different schools.
It's a good magic soup.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like when the spell said, don't bother. He wasn't lying.
Apparently not.
So
Sounds like him.
the other people in attendance are starting to look over and be like, so did you find it? Who murdered him? And then again, he's not dead.
Maybe he is.
Her.
Oh no. Starting to feel like it is.
Yeah. I think there's
Sorry,
a good chance
what was
he
her name
actually
again?
is.
Honora.
What's her name? Honora. Honora. Do you know what he was working on before he didn't die?
No.
That's funny. He seems to mention you a lot in his journal here.
That's creepy.
Can I insight her?
Sure.
I'd also like to roll an insight because.
Yeah, can I support that?
I'll support that too.
Yeah.
You're doing
Everybody
great.
just raises
Stare
an
at her.
Everyone's there.
Oh no.
She said words. Oh my god.
Oh my god!
God.
Well, at least one good roll this game.
I'm too blinded by magic at this point.
We're like, turn it up, really.
Just
Never forget
blinking,
anything.
still blinking the radiance out of your eyes.
Yeah.
I do want to make a quick aside note. If you happen to look over at the Duchess, the same problem happens. It's like, oh dear lord, how many enchantments does she have on right now?
Oh, yeah.
Oh
Probably just
boy.
a
It's
million
like, oh
different
god, I
ones
could
to
use
keep herself
Basil's
clean.
blinders right about now.
Yeah.
Turn it off, turn it off, turn it off. Okay, so let me see here out of everybody who rolled. Alright, so, yeah. So, Dear Mid, you get the impression for Honora when she's snarking back like the he's not dead, those type of comments, like he's a necromancer, he's fine. You get the vibe that she's not saying it, like she's saying it a little bit to be a bit of that, that person, but she isn't she isn't saying anything she doesn't believe. But at the same time, she keeps insisting it a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's something that stuck out to me. Someone who really wants to insist that he's not dead. Either she's being so insistent because, and I'm not saying this out loud, is that she's either this insistent because she knows it for a fact, or she's really trying to make people believe it.
Thank you, Tater.
Thank you very much, Tater.
Thank you.
Yeah, the lady doth protest too much. I think Tiara's has
Yeah,
the right
yeah.
of it.
Yeah.
Diomed will stay mum on the matter for the time being, but he is going to be staring out from underneath his cap to just place
So
a look across the room.
Imbor kind of looks across the room assembled and says, all right, we came back from the tower. This lot here, he kind of like gestures vaguely in the direction of your party.
Right.
Seems to be convinced, and I mean, not without cause, that
Oh, God, he's
the wizard was already dead when the tower blew up. It was just destruction of evidence.
Yeah.
So,
Fascinating. Yeah.
based on the testimony I have from everybody else, the last place this guy was seen before he blowed up was a party at your house. And he looks over at the Duchess. She's like, oh, I never! Reginald! I want this man arrested! Madame, he is a member of the I don't care! Get another one then! There's corruption, and I shall not have it. My house has the best enchantments to ensure that there is no tomfoolery, skullduggery, or any combative magicking in my home. Everyone shall be safe and well cared for, and they will get the right deviled eggs for sure, right? Won't they, Reginald?
Randilius is going to slam his wings down on the table and just go, "Objection!" Oh wait, this isn't a courtroom. But anyway,
Laughing at me.
you say it's immune to skullduggery? Then explain then your outburst earlier.
Snow is actually hard resisting the urge to laugh.
Reginald, I can't take these accusations. I feel like Reginald, get me my fainting fan.
Reginald will do no such thing.
Reginald's like, you're not the boss of me, and he goes and gets the fainting fan.
Okay. In the kerfuffle,
Yeah.
Diarmid is going to. He's gonna look. It looks like Snow and Randilius are currently occupied keeping attention at the moment. I'm gonna kind of go to Lucan and Dorothy and say,
Hello.
okay, so the last place we know that the wizard was seen was in this building. How much do you want to bet the body wasn't in the tower?
It's pretty safe bet, I would say. The question is I think we all are kind of leaning towards one prime suspect because
Yes.
she's mentioned so often. However, was she here in any way, shape, or form?
Yes, that's the thing. It's still not enough. All we have is hearsay. That's not enough to actually pin her. And it also doesn't, despite the fact that she might have been prime suspect, that doesn't mean that couldn't have been somebody else. In fact, we don't know whether it might have been the Duchess, because she's also fairly high-ranking, and it looks like, by the simple fact that they hosted the will reading right here, she has some, I wouldn't say intimate, but at least more connection to the wizard than anybody else in this city.
I agree.
Just the only thing I would ask or try to find out is the body in this building?
Potentially. The thing I would be wary of is, say we were to read out the name to that scroll, the Duchess is not the killer. She gave the command, but we're going into semantics then. We need to find out who the actual person is that quote-unquote pulled the trigger, pulled the lever, whatever would be time appropriate.
Wrong lever, Kronk. Sorry, just had to get that out of my system.
It's obligatory. But yes, now I have a spell that could help, but I'm not sure if it would work. The lady says that the house
A
is...
spell.
I have a spell that allows me to locate objects.
I also have I was also gonna ask, does locate object work on a body?
The only problem is, I need to. It only works best when done with an object that you're fairly familiar with. I have no relation to this wizard.
Diary.
Perhaps that could work, but
We do have his journal.
we could try this. My one worry, but we should try this anyway, but my one worry and one caveat would be, she did say that this house is quite heavily warded. I would hope there might be something in the house's wards that would be able to tell us if there was a body on the premise, but if she's indeed a suspect, I'm not sure she would be fully forthcoming. And also, she's a drama queen and likely wouldn't tell us.
At that moment, you kind of look over and Reginald has brought the fan. She's fanning herself.
Yeah. If we ask her, is there a body in your home? She more than likely just scream and ask for us to get arrested. So, magical means may be our best bet.
Perhaps.
Well, I was able to cast detect magic, so
It's true. So divination magic isn't completely barred within the premises. It's useful. Do we want to do this? I would
Go
hope that
for
the
it.
guard would have already tried this at some point, but they may have also just discounted it as a possibility given the explosion.
Well, they thought he died in the explosion, so there would be no need to.
Are you worried about any hubbub? Or any
I'm
issues?
worried that if we do this, and we go off saying, yeah, sure, if we just disappear in search of this body, we may leave people unobserved, or we may even draw suspicion to ourselves. I highly doubt any of us here are responsible. We're far too distantly connected from the wizard. I think of anybody in the group, the only person who would actually have any suspicion laid on them would be Snow, but even then,
Well, he's been gone for some time.
yes, exactly. So that's for the exact same reason that the adventurers party lays on very little suspicion. Though they seem, at the very least, more competent, and as a result, more probable to be able to accomplish something at such a distance. Still, the lady in question is still prime suspect. I am willing to try this. I'm going to have to try and separate myself from the group. Or, I believe you said you had it as well? Yeah, the spell and stuff?
I do. I do have locate object.
Okay. We could attempt it. We may have to make an excuse to step aside for a bit to
I can draw attention.
exercise the spell.
Yeah.
How about I make a distraction?
You could.
Well, I mean, she's already pretty distracted as it is.
She is.
I've got a pretty good idea.
She-
Don't worry.
You do, but I will say, just quickly taking a look at the thing, you do need somewhere to do a 10-minute ritual. So maybe going and finding like a terrace or something like that, like a bit of a private space. The range of the spell is 1,000 feet, so the location
It
of the
should
manor
cut-
probably doesn't matter.
I would
Yeah.
suggest that I create the distraction only because I'm not magically inclined.
That's fair. I was going to say I might go over to the lady's side and strum a ballad to play up her plight.
That's okay. I think I have a pretty good idea.
If
All right.
you feel yourself capable of doing so, then I will entrust that.
All right.
Sure. Go wild.
Plan activated.
All right.
So, I will walk over to Randilius,
Oh,
Wiggling.
put my hand on his shoulder,
man.
and wait for a moment, just kind of like, hey, buddy, how you doing? And then wait for a little bit of distance to be made, at least between the little corroborators that seem to be making a plan. And I would say, Duchess, your quill eggs are here. We finally caught the quill that can actually provide you with these things. And I push Randilius forward.
I don't know what you'd be thinking, but I'm not a quail.
Don't worry, he can assist you plenty with the quail eggs.
Just gonna look back.
And I kind of want to sloppily push, as into kind of like, I wouldn't say shove, but like a gentle push to kind of like throw you off balance and hopefully have a couple of things fall out of your pocket.
Wait, hold on. Can I make it?
All the stuff comes out from under your hat.
Have a contested check if someone's laying
That's
hands
fine,
on
yeah.
another party member.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's PvP in 10 footy.
Bird fight.
And I would like to dub this moment of the episode, them's fighting birds.
Ooh.
Fighting birds.
Ow.
Well played.
So, I'll let you go first, only for the comical nature of my strength.
Okay, what am I rolling? Acrobatics or athletics?
Well, in this case, I believe Lucan is going to have to go first because you'd be rolling to lay hands on. Like, you're rolling for a touch attack.
Okay,
Because
I
you
guess
might just give a bit of a shove, if I understand correctly.
yeah.
Yeah.
I guess an ability check,
Yeah.
strength.
Yeah.
Or, yeah. I couldn't I couldn't dexterously.
We're
just
going to see if you
cartwheel.
can beat Rendelius' base AC, I would say.
All right.
Then again, are Rendelius, are you surprised by this happening? Are you surprised by the shove?
Oh yeah, I'm
It's a
pretty
sneak
surprised.
attack.
Then Lucan, you're rolling with
Yeah.
advantage.
Thank fuck.
Oh,
Oh my god!
Oh, damn!
Oh, we have a nat 20. Damn. At what such a crucial moment.
You know what? I can't argue with that.
Man,
Rendilius,
he
you
was-
have just been shoved and
Man.
stumble and mayhaps, yes, a couple shiny things you have, certainly didn't steal. They look shiny and you thought they were for free. Might have fallen.
How did those get there?
How did those get there?
Oh, he's goes to the shirt pocket to pull out a tissue, and then the quill falls out. Starts patting his forehead. Like,
Meanwhile,
I hope this would at least
How could this have
rustle
happened?
the Duchess enough at least.
certainly it's there's that moment where she's kind of like puzzled. She looks at some of the items that have fallen down, then she looks up at you two, then kind of focuses her attention more towards Randallus, and is just like, Reginald.
it's not what it looks like. He told me to do it, and I point to Reginald.
So
Aw.
while we can imagine the pandemonium,
Reginald, no.
where did you decide to set up to go do your 10-minute ritual?
I
Dorothy,
suppose
sorry.
if there's like a little terrace or
Yep,
a
you
side
can find
room
one.
or something that we
a
could like
terrace or maybe a
sneak
garden
into.
or something.
Yeah, if anything, here we'll get a little thing set up just to beep.
So
Also-
I'm sure a manor this big has a nice big garden.
There
that
you
might
go.
be,
Look, big
Yeah.
nice one.
Oh,
Ooh.
beautiful.
Found a nice, lovely
Mhm.
terrace to go to.
Oh,
You
that
just
is-
wanted to use this because you set it up.
Hey, yeah, I
I'm
did
not-
it. All right,
I'm-
so
Hmm.
I will say, as you were getting the ritual set up, there is a slight moment where you have to take a pause because you hear the most unholy shrieking that carries, even though you've managed to kind of get away from the immediacy
So
of
where they invited a banshee to the
Wait.
party.
maybe. Anyways,
Uh-oh.
so
I just
you
hope,
you said
just like he's taking a moment, making a prayer to his goddess
Mhm.
and for the sake of Randilius, and
Mhm.
your martyrdom will be honored, and then move on.
Look, if I'm going
Always
down,
remember
I'm
your
taking Reginald
sacrifice.
with me.
So you take the 10 minutes to cast locate. I believe it was locate object you were going for.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
And I guess you have the
Well,
journey.
which one of us is casting it? Am I casting it or are you casting it?
Uh.
What if you both did, resulting in two different locations?
Uh-oh.
We could try that. It is a ritual.
That is a ritual.
Yeah, I mean, we
I
could
mean,
do
that
it
would be
like-
verification if we did
Mhm.
it correctly.
That's true. I mean, you could, given we're in a garden here and you are a druid,
Yeah.
you might be
Yeah.
able to commune, and I'll play a small a slow winding song and accompaniment. And
Mhm. I mean,
kind
I will
of,
say, given this is a ritual and ultimately it's not a rolled ritual, as far as I can tell from looking at the rules of
Yeah.
the spell, I'll just say that you two are
Not a
working
roll.
cooperatively on it. Just
Sure.
I'll throw the spell out.
Okay.
Just so we have the description.
Mhm.
Does not consume the spell slot because we are doing it as a ritual.
Yep.
In this case, we are making use of the second clause, where we locate
Mm-hmm.
a specific object. Alternatively, spell can locate the nearest object of a particular kind, such as a kind of apparel, jewelry, furniture, tool, or weapon.
Mhm.
In this case, we're trying to, I guess, either, since bodies technically count as objects, depending on who you ask, either a body or, let's say, I don't want to say wizard's robes because that just may end up pointing us towards Honora.
Mm.
But
Okay.
in
So
this case,
you cast the spell, and there's that kind of that moment where, after casting it, and there's that you're kind of waiting for the inspiration, the whatever you call it, the finger from God that starts pointing you in the right direction, or I guess gods in this case. And you kind of left there for a moment, like, oh, maybe this didn't work, and then you both suddenly have like this the feeling of, I need to go look, like there's something in the bushes over in, the northeast corner. I need to go in that direction.
Oh.
Ooh.
Mm.
All right.
I think our wizard might be fertilizer.
Oh.
So
Oh.
you start going into the hedges or the bushes or whatever, and thoroughly puzzling the gardening staff that are currently present in the area right now. They don't stop you, but they're like, well, I mean, the druid wandered into a bush. That's not surprising, but the bard went in too. And eventually your attention is brought to something kind of shining a bit or glinting. And on the ground, you find an ornate ritual dagger covered in old blood.
Oh.
Oh.
No sign of a full-out body, though.
Ooh.
Diarmid is going to bring up a sleeve over his fingers,
Mhm.
and then kind of pinch the handle of the dagger before bringing it up.
Is the in the bushes here?
Mhm.
Is the earth recently disturbed?
Not that you
Does
can
it
tell.
seem
If
like it's
anything,
been?
it looks like, because the way you kind of found the position of the dagger, it looks like it might have been thrown in here.
Okay, it was just tossed here. Okay. Does it have any if it's very ornate, does it have any identifying sigils or anything on it?
It does.
I
strike you
assume
as
the
very-
Duchess would be pretty.
Like,
Oh,
I
sorry,
would
go
say
ahead.
that the decorative is more definitely in the lines of there's some skulls on it. Like let's put it this way: if it weren't for the fact that the circumstance you would find, you'd be like, this seems more of a dagger that you see a wizard or someone else pull out when they're they're gonna do the, oh, here's the drops of blood as I add it to this concoction. Like it's not by no means is this something that is not a utility knife. It's not going to it isn't. This is a knife made to look pretty. It has a sharp blade on it, but it's not really meant for doing damage or for cutting up some meat to serve with dinner or something like that. It seems to be very single purpose, I guess is the best way to put it.
And given the skulls decorating it, this is it's a given the two wizards we've had the company of, or I guess we know of,
Mhm.
In this vicinity, both were necromancers, and assuming this is a necromancy ritual dagger, is a short leap of logic to make. You can look towards Dorothy and say, I'm still of the mind that it's just as likely that Honora is guilty as she is of being framed at this point. Because at this point, he'll kind of turn the dagger over. If she's not guilty, then she is being framed.
I'm sorry. Sorry, I made the mistake of reading chat. Lenneth, how dare you?
Oh no.
Oh no!
Oh no.
Just leave it to the goth wizard and the overdramatic Duchess. Oof. But who's to say she wasn't the mommy doll? Anyway, so
boy.
it's just okay, so we got a dagger with the blood is old, meaning it's hardened at this point.
Yeah, let's put it
That's
this way: it's been out in the elements because I mean, the terrace is exposed. I mean, you're no expert by any means. It's just it's not sticky or anything. I mean, again, you're not exactly trying to hold or do anything directly with the blood, but it looks a bit on the, for as much exposure you have blood, it doesn't look like it's old blood. It hasn't been there for hundreds and hundreds of years, or even maybe several years or whatever. It looks, but it definitely, this didn't happen in the last hour or so either.
Yeah. Okay. So it's dry enough to make me think that it could be a day old.
Yep.
Okay, this fits the time frame, actually. Because if this was today, yesterday, it wouldn't look like this, I don't think. I'm no expert with forensics or anything, but definitely strikes me as fitting the time frame we have for things so far. So somebody got stabbed.
And, well, let's be clear, you used a locate object looking for Machias.
For a body, yes.
Perhaps this is all that's left of his body is this dried
Maybe the-
blood.
Maybe, yes. That may very well be
If his
what's-
body was incinerated in the explosion, going by the
Probably.
theory that they used it as a cover-up, then this could possibly be all that's left of him.
So
That's
either
why
he
our
was-
spell found it.
So either he was killed here, and the body was thrown into the garden, and then the body was hefted all the way to the tower, or he was killed in the tower, and then the
This
weapon
was discarded.
And in which case, I wonder if Honora was here yesterday.
Well, there's only one way to find out, isn't there?
Maybe so.
So, speaking
return.
of that, we will pan back to Lucan, Snow, and Randilius, who right now is being screamed at by the Duchess, who is not accepting any sort of explanation that you are trying to offer, and also, how dare you disparage the fine name of Reginald with your baseless assertions that he would dare steal from her.
Snow has his ears held down to his head and his paws over his ears because the screaming is so shrill.
At some point, Snow, you look down and you see Twig has burrowed himself into your leg. His little hands doing his best to cover his ears.
Oh!
And he's like, scary lady, scary lady.
Snow actually whimpers because Twig is so cute, and he's like, oh, he gets a little like, oh, expression on his face.
That's
And
adorable.
he leans down and he whispers, "Don't worry, I'll protect you."
He kind of gets like this like little determined face. Like he's like, no, I protect.
Oh,
He pulls out that little knife that he's got like a sword. He's like, he kind of like, I wouldn't say waves in the direction of the Duchess, but just like in a general like, fierce.
Snow
Why are
Snow
you-
makes another adoration face and is like, "Oh my god, yes, you are brave. You are very brave. Absolutely. I'll just help, okay? I'll help you."
Scary lady strong will take many warriors.
Don't worry, you're safe with
Aw.
me.
All right, so meanwhile, the Dermid and Dorothy return. I'm really trying to resist calling you guys the Double D Squad right now. I am so
the
sorry.
double D.
I'm sorry.
It's a double D bird.
I don't know why I'm like this. Okay. Anyways, welcome back to the library drawing room thingy.
Don't worry, ever since you said the name Helios, I've had to fight the urge to say that instead of to say that instead of Snow.
Fair
Just
enough.
because I'm so used to it from every Thursday night.
True enough.
So we return to the
Yep.
screaming fit.
Yes.
Oh boy. Just another small prayer to my goddess. Yeah. He's we call it a honored sacrifice. If I could, how to do this? And we looked at Dora. It's like, how do we want to do this? Do we want to go confront Nora directly, or do we want to gather the others? I think Rendilius looks a little bit tight down at the moment.
Oh, yeah, he's just kind of babbling and he's like, hey, you know when
Well, I think the best way to get the truth out is to just confront her directly in front of everyone where she has nowhere to hide.
I suppose so, though she seems more than capable of handling herself in a social situation. At the very least of... Is it just me, or is she really insistent on the fact that he's not dead? Seems a little too
I mean,
insistent.
it's either gross denial or it's some sort of
I think she wants everybody else to believe it just as much as she does.
duplicity. Hmm.
Let's try and be casual. I'm going to kind of, while this hubbub is happening, I'm going to approach Honora.
Okay.
Say, excuse me, ma'am.
Yes?
I'm given to believe that you were at one point an apprentice under Machinus.
Yeah.
You don't seem terribly enthused about that past element.
No, because it's what everyone remembers. Not, hey, this is Honora. Not, wow, she's such a skilled wizard. It's Machias's apprentice. Despite the fact that I
Right.
haven't been his apprentice for over 100 years now, but okay.
Oh my. So you are a venerable wizard. For what it's worth, I had no clue of such. I only learned about it during this investigation. When I saw you, when I heard you speak, I saw a competent witch who showed herself to be, in her own right, capable and distinguished.
She kind of narrows her eyes. Like, just get to the point. What do you want?
Well, I thought originally you were only here to attend for a fellow wizard's funeral, not that you had a direct connection. Though I find myself needing to ask, were you present here at this manor yesterday?
She seems a little uncomfortable, but she kind of like, yeah, I was here. Machias asked me to come. Said he had something to talk to me about.
Oh, then that lines up in that there was apparently a discussion here about some sort of breakthrough he had.
Okay.
Like, you disavowed any knowledge of knowing what this breakthrough was, so I assume you weren't there for that conversation.
Sorry, just to clarify, Imbor had the discussion after you left the mansion. Like, it was in the kind of travel time between the house and the tower.
No, I'm referring to the discussion that was had here at the manor about the breakthrough. Or am I misremembering that?
Are you talking about the date of death, or?
I'm talking about, like, apparently Machinus had a breakthrough in something he was working on.
Oh, okay, sorry, yes, yeah. Maybe that's not what he wanted to talk to me about.
I doubt you want to, but could you tell me what he wanted to talk to you about?
It's personal.
That's fine. Okay. Yeah, he's gonna nod respectfully and say, okay, I'll step away from that. Okay then. You have been very insistent on the fact that he isn't dead. It makes me believe you know this for a fact.
I'll say this isn't the first time that something weird has happened around him and he just shows up later. Like, there's so many methods necromancers have for, with a little bit of pre-planning and forethought. And I mean, you saw the guy, you heard his voice. This man, I don't think he has a bowel movement that he hasn't, meticulously planned out and documented somewhere.
No, that is most certainly not necessarily a pleasant thought, but I suppose you would know the best just how meticulous or how paranoid Machinus would have been. Thank you. I know this is bothering you. I know it's bothersome. And with that, he will bow to her and say, thank you very much. I will excuse myself now. I'm very sorry for taking up your time.
She kind of just I wouldn't say like rolls her eyes, but just kind of like gives like the okay, yeah, fine.
And I will return to Dorothy's side.
Well, what did she have to say?
Well, besides being very curt and short with me, she
Mhm.
was here yesterday. And
Mm.
apparently he had invited her here to talk about something, but would not disclose what it was, since it was personal. This does mean she would have been here.
Yeah. It gives her the opportunity.
Would you have been
Certainly.
It's hard, very hard to say otherwise. I don't want to jump to a conclusion, but we don't have any other evidence.
Sorry, I'm just trying to remember, Elizabeth. With the scroll, did it have any negative connotations for saying the wrong name?
You don't know.
Mm.
You can go investigate it if you want. Scroll's still there. No one's guarding it.
Yeah. We don't even know if it's.
Okay.
We don't know if the scroll is looking for a correct name. It said read unless the name of the murderer said. I don't know if
Well,
it just.
I mean, the
needs a
inference
name.
in the language is that he would know, the scroll might know who murdered him.
True, it did have divination magic.
It did.
Yeah, it has divination.
Actually, that might be a decent way of testing. Though it could also potentially just strike us with a power word kill if we get it wrong.
What if you did get zapped when you tried to yank it out of Steve's hands?
Yeah, and that was the hey,
It's
don't
true.
touch that.
Yeah.
You got this wrong.
Yeah.
Die.
I have an idea.
What's your idea?
Get Reginald to hold it.
That poor man's been through enough.
What do you have against Reginald?
He's vying for his position.
Reginald didn't have his back when he tried to throw him under the bus.
Exactly.
Oh, fair.
I see.
Well,
okay.
They may be out of options at this point,
We don't have many other
unless
places to
anyone
look.
else has any ideas. But can I investigate the scroll to see if
Sure. So when you
it might have
investigate,
some sort of kill switch on it?
Are you how do you investigate? Are you going to pick it up? It seems to be like, I mean, certainly when Steve had it, seems safe to hold, and also the counting house representative handed it to Steve, so it seems
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
safe handling as long as you don't mess with it too badly.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna take the risk.
Okay.
I'll pick it up.
All right. When you pick it up, and I mean, you, as far as I know, you would have had to, I think, release detect magic to do the ritual, if I recall correctly.
Yeah.
So you're back to
Yeah.
not being blinded, but you do pick up the scroll.
I'm not blind, but
And you do notice, kind of like turning it a bit in your hands, there are some words on the scroll. You're not sure if they were there all along or maybe only present now, but it says, when you have the name, hold the scroll and speak the words, I shall now present the murderer.
We may only get one try at this. I
I'm
don't think
sure,
we should-
are we?
I mean,
I
I
wanna
don't
say
think we can get much more in the way of clues
think
and
we're like-
stuff. So
In my mind, like 75%.
Yeah.
that's good enough.
Probably the best we're gonna get, to be honest.
I mean, we could take a shot in the dark. We will be announcing it here in front of the entire assembled company.
I mean, there's also the possibility that, you know, and I don't like making this suggestion, but what if it was Twig?
Twig and Steven would also have the amount of access that. Size comparison. How big is the ritual dagger compared to the knife that Twig is wielding?
About the same.
Hmm.
It fits. If the knife fits,
Oh,
you
no.
cannot
The
acquit.
knife does not fit. You must.
Acquit.
No.
Oh no!
The knife does not fit. You mustn't acquit.
A sudden.
Oh, we're in danger.
Just suddenly, fucking cornered from we called Phoenix Wright starts playing in the background. But yes, jokes aside, because that's about as spurious as evidence you can get. I don't think we're going to get multiple tries at this. We could just stand in front of the scroll, trying every name of everybody in this room, but I don't think we're going to get that many chances. I don't think he'd allow for that.
Let's just take
It-
the most
it
obvious
very-
choice, I would say.
It very much strikes me as in character for this wizard to already know who the murderer is, and then how to put this? It reminds me of a certain tax agency.
Hmm.
The Baldur's Gate counting house always knows how much gold you have in your purse.
It's up to you to guess how much you have
Mm-hmm.
and how much you've spent and how much you owe the Baldur's Gate County. Okay. It does strike me as a bit weird that she was willing to so easily admit that she was here yesterday. Because that immediately implicates her. If one already knows about the knife, if one doesn't, then all it implicates her as being is that she was here when he was last seen, and that's already public knowledge. Someone take this information away from me. I'm overthinking it.
So I guess just are you going to tell the scroll that you're ready to present your suspect?
We've got no other evidence. And
Before-
we've got no other places to investigate.
Yeah.
I
But
think.
before we do this, I have one additional idea.
Sure.
Just for
Anything.
shock value, and perhaps to gauge reaction. Why don't we show the crowd our knife we found and see if it evokes anything in anyone?
Oh,
Clever
sure.
idea, actually.
I could make a performance of it.
Sure.
Okay. Darmid.
And everyone
will,
else.
Diarmid
Mhm.
will strut atop the podium and say,
Right.
Ladies and
Immediately
gentlemen.
you see the Duchess is like, "Get off my desk! You have got filthy
Ma'am?
peasant feet off!"
"Ma'am, kindly shut the hell up."
Reginald!
Ooh.
By the name of Evening Glory, I ask for you to shut your mouth until the murderer is found. Now, as you will hold aloft the dagger with dried blood on it. Does anybody recognize this dagger?
There's some various like dramatic, I guess. I don't want to say gasping, but just kind of like the where did dagger come from? Is any who's looking at the room? Who's looking at the reactions? Let's get some.
Snow is.
Oh yeah,
No, it's-
I'm
looking.
keeping a keen eye on the room.
Oh yeah,
this is
me too.
happening.
Let me just double check.
Insight.
Yeah, insights. Insight
Insight?
checks, please.
Insight. Okay.
Oh my god, I have expertise in this show, by the way.
no.
Not that you'd ever be able to tell.
Oh my goodness.
My god.
I mean,
15s.
wow.
I mean, yeah, we got 15s.
Oh,
Two
yeah.
15s.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah.
That's not terrible.
So I'll say both Lucan and Dorothy,
Mm,
there's that moment that goes across Honora's face, like,
Hold on.
oh, we got one more.
No, it's not good.
Okay, well, you did roll the actual highest out of the group, I believe. It's just unfortunately
That's true.
the other modifiers went out.
Yeah.
So yeah, Dorothy and Lucan, you both see a visible reaction out of Dorothy, or not Dorothy, out of Honora.
My God, it was
Dorothy.
me.
Oh God.
Oh my god.
Oh my God.
He blacked out.
She had it in her eyes.
That kind of like the flash of recognition, but then that kind of like when suddenly the ground is the most super interesting thing in the world.
Now, does anybody recognize this? Because I have two guesses.
If
Hello?
there's like no one that speaks up, Dorothy will just clear her throat and be like, Miss Honora,
Oh dear.
seems to spark something in you. You know this knife?
She doesn't
guess-
want to like it's one of those things where it's just like she seems very fixated on not on the ground and kind of like that don't want to talk about it. At another point, Reginald was kind of like, I do remember at the party that at some point the Wizard Marquis is frequently known for needing a breath of fresh air, and I believe the young Lady Honora did follow after him to speak with him on the terrace. Honora kind of looks
Curious.
over at
We did-
Reginald and glares, but is like,
Shut the fuck up, Reginald.
fuck up, Reginald, I know I'm Reginald.
Thank you, Reginald. That's very helpful of you. Because there are two people I can think of owning a knife this ornately designed, very specifically with skull markings. That would be a necromancer. And we only know two of those right now.
Okay. I mean, it was just a little stabbing. He was fine. He was fine when I left.
Really?
You think it's the
When
first
he-
time I stabbed him when he pissed me off? He's always
Okay.
been fine.
And
He was fine when you left. So you're admitting to stabbing him in the garden, but he was alive afterwards?
I mean, he may have fallen down.
Did you check to see him get up?
No, I thought I heard something. I got out
You
of
heard
there.
something. What did you hear? Did you think someone
Scurrying
was coming?
sounds. I don't know. It was a freaking party.
Scurrying sounds.
what, like a mouse?
Twig,
Hi.
were you in the garden yesterday?
There were bugs.
Did you see something other than bugs?
No.
Busy fell down.
Did Wizzy get back up?
No.
Where did Wizzy go?
Reginald got him.
Reginald is now like,
Reginald.
wait, what?
Reginald?
Reginald.
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 I knew it.
Reginald.
He.
I-
And
Now
even
I'm-
the
now
Duchess
I-
is like, Reginald, do you have something to tell everyone?
Suddenly, I'm unsurprised as to how you were so keenly aware that she went to join him in the garden.
I knew it was him. I told you, I
It's
knew it
always
was
the
him.
butler. Reginald, what did you do with the wizard's body?
The Duchess put a lot of work into this party. After their business and she fled, I attended the Wizard Marquis. After all, he is one of the most important recipients of the Duchess's patronage.
How did
I
you
couldn't
attend him?
There was limited I could do. The sorceries in the area don't allow a lot of aggressive treatment, nor am I, unfortunately, much of a cleric or. I am
Answer
a
the
butler,
question.
sir.
What did you do with his body?
Answer the question, Reginald.
I would not
Yeah,
have the
Reginald.
Duchess's party ruined by having to announce a death.
What did you do with the body?
I start flapping
I
my wing
brought-
at him. And
I
Flapping
returned
right
him
in his
to
face.
his home and ensured the matter was dealt with.
Okay.
Dealt with.
In that case,
What the hell does that mean?
Kaboom.
Reginald, you returned the body to the tower yesterday. So, Honora, you stabbed Marcius. Reginald, you saw the body, being an ever loyal servant of the Duchess, did not want the party marred by the presence of a death in a body, and so
of the guest of
lied.
honor, no doubt.
Mhm. and in so lied about the up to this point about the true nature of the death. Now the only question is, how and when did the tower explode?
He kept very detailed records in his laboratory of combinations.
So you saw the detailed instructions and used them to concoct a brew that would cover the death.
Yes.
And what if now the question then becomes, what if he was still alive when you shepherded his body? Was he still alive? Or had he passed by the time you
I could
transported him?
find no vital signs. It appears the Lady Honora struck something vital with her dagger.
Then that means
I assure you, if there had been any means of resuscitating him within my power, I would not have the Duchess lose one of her most trusted recipients of her patronage.
Why go
And
to the
Reginald, that
trouble
means
of...
you were aided and abetted a murder, though accidental, if Honora is telling the truth. And you knowingly obfuscated the matter and led to the confusion around his true passing, leading us to where we are right now. But that still means, if what you're telling is true, and he died before you brought him back to the tower, I would like to take the scroll from Dorothy.
Mm-hmm.
She'll hand it over.
I'll take the scroll and I'll say, I would like to announce the murderer.
The scroll you can feel the magic kind of powering up in it, and you hear kind of the voice of Machias say, "State the name."
Diarmid will kind of bring a hand up, clutch a symbol, a clasp on his shawl, a hand with a hole in the palm, the shape of a heart. Say a little prayer, and then say, in his mind will plead, please don't let this kill me. Machias'
Dorothy takes a
apprentice,
step to the side.
Honora.
State the method.
Death by stabbing with a ritual dagger.
State the location.
The garden terrace at the Duchess's manor.
At this point, the will pulls open, and in a manner that you saw earlier to Steve, you see green light come from Diarmid's eyes, and a voice that isn't his starts speaking. Well, this is awkward. Of all the possibilities I factored into the construction of this document, I can place this one as one of the least likely. For those curious, the least likely was being torn apart in my sleep by termites. Regardless, we now have the truth of it, and Honora is my murderer. And, funnily enough, as she is likely already aware, she is also the benefactor of the entirety of my legacy, my estate, my libraries, as well as the little ones, should they wish it. Her being responsible for my death does not change the terms of my will. No one can truly appreciate the complexity of my work, but she's close enough. Should she refuse, I do not trust my estate in the hands of anyone else, and it will be destroyed accordingly.
Damn.
That light kind of fades out. Diarmid, you come back to yourself. And again, you have no idea what's just happened. As far as you know, you said the three things, and then nothing happened.
Just gonna blink my eyes, look to Dorothy, and say, did I say something?
Yeah. She'll briefly run down what was said. Like it was just like with Steve.
You look. If anyone's looking over to Nora, she looks pale.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Well, that is indeed awkward. Honora, it seems like You have the single best and worst day of your life in front of you.
And Imbor, who's present, is like, not to mention the fact that apparently I need to arrest at least 2 of the people in this room.
Awkward.
If it anything should be supposed, I think, given the evidence and her own testimony, Miss Honora here is still going to be the benefactor and should be tried for manslaughter. Reginald is someone who aided and abetted somebody in hiding a death that they never intended. I don't know how
Let's
the
not
justice
forget,
system,
though.
I don't know how
He
the justice
still
system
interfered
is
with
going
the
to rule that.
investigation. You said it yourself.
That he did.
And
It is a strange
His
situation.
actions in blowing up the tower did cost the lives of at least 3 watchmen. Let's not
That is
forget
true.
that.
True.
Hmm.
Reginald is like, I am prepared to accept any punishment from the City Watch. I will confess in any manner of their choosing to my crimes. I did it all for my lady. And he looks over at the Duchess and she's like, Reginald, I'm so very disappointed in you. You are dismissed. There's that little pained look on his on his eyes for a moment, but he kind of nods.
Oh, Reginald.
And more or less heads over to the City Watch and is kind of like, I don't want to say like he sticks his hand over handcuffs or what have you, but more or less says like, I will, follow whatever direction that he is given from that point. And they're kind of like, okay, thanks, that's nice. And looking back at the Duchess, she just sighs and then, Reginald, this is so very taxing. Bring me a drink. And you're not sure how, but another male elf just runs into the room with a drink. I'm here, my lady. Different from the one who's literally over in the other's area, waiting to be
Oh
arrested.
my god, she's got a whole closet full of them.
Just
They're
I
either
think-
clones or Reginald is just a title that's passed on.
Reginald's
Yeah, that's what I was
Yeah.
thinking. I was like, is it like some kind of like they're on a clothes hanger or something? They're just like when
Oh
you
God,
say
it's got a
Reginald, the
clothes
next
hanger.
one
They
just
do look
pops down.
distinctly different
Yeah.
from each other, aside from the fact that they're both male
Okay.
elves.
Okay, so
No.
Reginald is just a title.
They don't look the same. It's a title.
No
okay.
double takes.
It's like
What?
do you
What?
call it?
What? He's
No
like
jokes.
pointing in both directions.
Mhm.
The
That's the
Reginald
biggest
lore.
shock twist.
Deep
That's-
Reginald
We've
lore.
had this whole
Yeah.
murder mystery, but that's
Reginald
the
lore.
biggest shock.
Yeah.
But yes,
This was just an elaborate ruse to get rid of the Reginald redeems.
Reginald number 485.
Yeah, what
Yeah.
whatever Reginald are we at now, you'll never know.
Yeah.
All right.
Honora, for what it's worth, it seemed like he was, out of everybody in the world, the most willing to have any pride in you. I don't know what that says. But it seemed like out of anybody,
It's
he had respect for you.
I don't want any of this. Everywhere I go, I get told just, oh, there's Machias' apprentice. Of course she's a talented necromancer. Of course. I never had any, it was like I never had anything of my own. Every achievement was his by proxy. And even then, even now, when he reached out to me and said he wanted to make amends, he thought giving me his estate was gonna fix things. Like that was somehow gonna let me get out of his shadow.
Well, I mean, if you don't want it, you could just say you want it and I'll take it off your hands.
You saw the terms of the will.
Well,
Yeah, but it said if you don't want it, you should say you have to have it.
You spent 100 years in his shadow, and I understand that. It's not an easy thing. Especially somebody who is so capable, but so disliked by all his name carries a very far distance from what it seems. His reputation precedes him, and so anybody that worked for him or under him naturally is tied to that. But where you go from here is your decision. I can only pray your try and your stint in prison will be a short one, so that you can get back to your previous affairs, and perhaps in the future, not consider stabbing somebody as a light form of clapping back at someone. I should suggest perhaps no bladed weapons in the future when you banter with your compatriots. I hope your stint in jail, however long it may be, is short. But where you go and what reputation you solidify past this is yours to make. For what it's worth, he's dead now.
And I'm forever
No
going to be
longer.
known as his murderer and his inheritor.
True. You
I
can always
can't tell
take
if he
what's-
liked me or if this was the cruelest joke he could have played.
You know, I think, for what it's worth, I think he did like you. There's always the option of taking, when eventually your punishment is meted out and you're finished serving your time, taking whatever he has that you can pack with you in a few bags of holding or whatever you can manage. Leave and solidify your name elsewhere, somewhere other than Baldur's Gate, where his name doesn't carry. But that's yours to decide. You're a grown woman. You're over 100 years old, you said it yourself. And quite frankly, you don't really act your age.
She kind of like makes a bit of a face at that, but doesn't really say anything to respond. At the very least, at this point, you know she's unarmed. You have her dagger.
Yeah, I'm just kind of like holding it in my hand at this point, just thinking it over and saying, maybe it's time to try and start over with something new. And I'm just gonna leave the dagger on the plinth.
Mm.
It's up to you what kind of person you become known as. Yes, his shadow is long even in death, but you don't have to stay under it. And it could take a couple hundred more years to truly escape it, but you have that time. You have that liberty. He's no longer here to suppress you or make amends with you or speak to you. Gods know that I regret not having somebody in my life to speak with anymore. I miss them, even after the fights we had. You may come to miss them in time too, but I digress. You can
But-
either wallow and you can wallow in your misery and cry about being under his shadow, or you can do something about it. You're a powerful mage. You have so much magic at your fingertips. You can warp reality at your will. Why are you letting somebody else's reputation determine yours? And with that, he's going to step down from the podium. He's
Yeah,
gonna
knock your
fix her with a
soapbox.
look. Yes, basically. I'm going to fix her with a look and then kind of stand off to the side, look to the captain of the guard meaningfully, and then sag into a chair and go,
So yeah, certainly at that point, Imbor and the few watch that are present already kind of have Reginald in hand. Honora doesn't resist at all. You do, as you guys see him take them away. Honora does seem to be like there's some tears falling on her face. It does seem that your words have gotten through to her. You know, at the very least, she now does realize that, as far as you know, in the absence of any other evidence, the Machias is indeed dead.
it'd be the cruelest fucking thing if he just jumped out
Yeah.
from nowhere
Hey,
and-
everybody.
Surprise!
Hey guys, want to see a dead body?
Yeah, no, it's like what do you call the knife was
Aw.
the closest object that had some of his body on it. It didn't tell us about like the clone that was in a wall like 100
Yeah,
feet
yeah.
away.
Yeah.
Oh,
Part
that would be
two.
awful.
You guys
A bunch of
really do
Reginalds
love me.
wheeling a big
Yeah.
cake and he just bursts out of it.
Oh, no.
It's like, surprise,
No.
fuckers!
Worse.
And it's just
the great
just
Reginald Rebellion.
Yeah.
total Rich.
Yeah.
It's a total Rick Sanchez moment where he pops out, points at Nora's face, and says, "Ha! I got you to cry."
So I will think. I think I'll stay here. I think we will call this session of game concluded. I hope you guys enjoyed. I hope out there in chat, I hope you enjoyed.
Yeah.
We sorry I did run a little longer than I expected to, but
I enjoyed
it's okay.
myself greatly. Thank
The
you very
same.
much for hosting.
Yeah.
I will
It
say
was a
I acknowledge
fun
it was
time.
probably a very predictable plot, I would say, but hopefully the journey was
don't,
worth it.
no.
No, it was
It's
fun.
I loved it. Yeah.
Look,
It was
I
a
got,
lot of
I
fun.
had
Thanks
a
for
great
putting
time.
it together.
I got an
Right.
excuse to play a really stupid character, and I enjoyed it.
And we all
These
love
characters
Brandilius.
can always come back.
It's
Brandilius
true.
was everybody was core to solving this mystery,
Mhm.
but Brandilius was a core player in this.
All right.
Hmm.
Well, I think everyone's had their contributions, and yeah, thank you all for indulging my desire
Yeah.
to
I'd
run
say
this
we
little
looked up
stick.
the-
Yeah.
Oh, the only question would have been to Twig and Steve.
Oh, good
Um,
question.
So for the time being, since
Since Honora's in
I'm of two
prison.
minds of kind of what's going to happen with Honora, because let's put it this way, she is the inheritor. There are a lot of rich people who I'm sure are more than happy to try and curry her favor by ensuring some well-placed bribes if she, doesn't accept the prison sentence or wants to fight it in any way. There's more than enough people who'd be more than happy to try and curry her favor by making sure she has whatever funds for whatever defense she wants to mount for herself. But at the same time, I could also see her just being like, if she's in prison for 20 years, in 20 years, maybe everyone will forgot about this.
Maybe.
In the
I would
meantime,
say-
my kind of thought would be is part of the reason why I had Torsus there is he is the half dragon. Steve was actually a kobold under the bronze dragon that Machias was in a relationship with. So his kind of idea was if they weren't accounted for in the will, Torsus wanted to kind of ensure that they were looked after. So
Oh,
Very
Aw.
nice.
that's sweet.
Aw.
Yeah. I would say, at least in Dearman's case, in the off chance that he doesn't find further employment elsewhere, and I don't know. He's in particular curious to potentially find a friend or even just an academic tutor in the fields of necromancy. If she needs a friend in or out of prison, he might visit her on a couple of occasions. He is native to Baldur's Gate, and he might
Mhm.
visit her in jail while she's serving her sentence.
fair enough. Yeah.
I think he'd take an academic interest in her and even just try and maybe just act as a shoulder, or even just an
There are
ear
no
to speak
therapists
to.
in Baldur's Gate.
There are no therapists in Baldur's Gate. God, do people need them? But yeah, he tried to lend an ear to her, if nothing else, to make sure that her stint in prison doesn't become monotonous and send her mad. Last thing we need is a mad necromancer in here. But yeah, he'd try and be a friend to her if possible.
Okay. Well, all right, that's good.
But that's entirely what if. But yeah.
All right. Well, I think any other questions about the epilogue, or if not, you guys are welcome. We do
Not so much.
Sorry.
Hmm?
Go ahead.
Sorry, I was going to say not so much a question, but do you want to tell people about Basil?
Oh yes. Okay. So yeah, the question is, what was the deal with Basil? So
Oh,
for
here we
those
go.
who didn't catch the hint, Wander, Helios, and Nemia were actually characters that we role played in the very, very early days of the Dungeon Lounge, from a very early campaign. And I thought it'd be, instead of creating entirely new characters, whatever, let recycle, do a callback.
Fun.
One of the things that we had from that campaign that never really got to fruition was that Wander found a basilisk egg
Oh.
and had every intention of raising that thing. So yeah, the horse is actually under a spell of illusion, and hence why I was wearing blinders. That is a basilisk.
Ah.
Just a normal horse.
But it was
Just
just
a
kind of there for
normal
funsies.
horse.
It wasn't a relevant plot point in any
That's
way.
Very
horrifying.
scaly horse.
I was
I
2
thought it
feet
was
away
funny.
from a basilisk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't worry, he's trained.
Or
Yeah.
he's wearing blinders.
That's
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
But thank
Worry
you very
about
much
him.
for running today.
Yep.
Yeah.
I was
Yeah.
greatly anticipating the game, and I'm glad to say that it really lived up.
Yeah, I had a
really
great
enjoyed
time.
myself.
I'm
Yeah.
glad to hear that.
Yeah.
All right, so
Thanks for
uh,
running us the game.
thank you. I mean,
Yeah.
certainly you guys are welcome to stay. We've got a couple additional things for our anniversary to do and wrap up, so you're welcome to stay and hang out for that. But if you do need to go, you're also welcome to drop off the call at this point. And yeah,
Yeah,
Thanks
I
for
do
joining us.
need to go,
course,
unfortunately.
not a
But
problem.
no, thank you. Thank you for having me involved in this.
yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you for
Well,
It was
thanks for
lovely
coming
to,
with us.
to have you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Perhaps
Hopefully we
sometime in the future we can get these characters back together and they can have
I'm
another
certainly.
event.
I mean,
Oh, yeah.
we've got everything all set up here in the foundry and everything. If there at some point you'd like me to
Yeah.
try running something else, I'm happy to attempt a different campaign, I guess.
I would be over.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I think it would be great.
Yeah, and chat, if you're not already following Mari and
This is your
Quest,
guys' day.
please do so.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
Grim as well.
I'm great.
They should all be linked at the Discord. Did you say hello or did you say no?
No.
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 All right.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know if you had started streaming yet or not.
All right. Bye bye,
All right.
everyone.
Goodbye, Mari. Thank you again.
Bye.
Hi, Mari. Thanks for coming.
Yeah,
It
thank
is-
you.
And I'll turn off.
It has been a wonderful day. I gotta go get some sleep because I have
Of
work
course.
in the morning. But
Yes,
we'll
yeah,
yes,
yeah.
chat
it
for a
is
little
probably
while.
quite late over there.
It is about 10 to midnight, so
Yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead and get
Oh.
some sleep.
Yeah,
I'm
go
also
to
gonna
bed.
hang around.
Yeah, go
I'm gonna
get
hang
some
around and chat a
sleep.
little bit more, watch some of the anniversary stuff, and I'll leave
Yep.
you lovely ladies to celebrate your anniversary. Thank
Alright.
you very, very much for inviting me.
You're welcome and thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks for being here.
Yeah, thank you for joining. Yeah.
Everybody have a nice night. See you
Good
later.
night.
You too.
Yeah.
Take care.
Okay, bye.
Okay. All right, I'll just doop, doop. All right, so hello out there, chat. As has been mentioned
Wow.
many times before, it is our 3rd anniversary. The little D&D one shot was part of that. We also have a few other things to celebrate that. Which did you want to do first? We've got a few things.
Well, you're driving, so
Yeah. You pick.
Well, I guess since I got the
perhaps
internet
the,
browser open. Sorry, go ahead.
yeah. I was gonna say the M word was already slightly
Yes.
teased to
Yeah.
a few people,
Yeah.
so why don't you start with that?
Okay, so let
Yeah.
me just see if I can. All right, I'm just gonna quickly, while I get there, I'm just going to obscure things just because I don't want to accidentally dox myself. So, boop.
Oh,
Enjoy
yeah.
the inky
Yep.
blackness. I'll be right there in a moment.
Yeah.
All right. And I'll just quickly. So,
Oh no, Lena.
Uh-oh.
oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Okay, so sorry, I'm just gonna quickly turn that back on. Where did I put it? There it is. Okay. So our first
Dying.
announcement is one of the things that we got put together as here on the Dungeon Lounge is we now actually have a very small merch store. Ta-da! Here is
Yay.
the
Small.
link.
SML.
Ta-da!
Yeah.
And if you go to our merch store, you can see we have a mug or stickers featuring the beautiful art by our most awesome dragon, Flora. I'll just quickly. Ooh, the Majesty. Or there's also stickers. Da, 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 da. If you wanna put us on a
Yay.
surface somewhere. Da.
You can be on a surface.
Yeah.
Yes.
Who doesn't want
that
us on a
that
surface?
art is yeah, that is the art that we did for our new follower art. So whenever we get new followers, that is now what pops up. Like, let's slap that on a mug.
Yeah,
Maybe some stickers.
right on a mug. So
Yeah.
yes, I've dropped the link over in the chat. We're just it's kind of like print on demand from a vendor called Fourth Wall. I'll be honest, this is an experiment for us, so we have every hope that these will come out very nicely. I am going to be looking about maybe ordering some samples, just so we can confirm everything is good. But
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. So that's one of
Link
our
on
first
the
little.
about.
Um, the other thing to show off very briefly is we did get some new art. Unfortunately, I didn't really get the occasion for it. I had it set as our intermission art, and then we never ended up taking an intermission. But I'll just quickly go over there.
It's okay.
It's our dumb little Forever 27 Dungeon
Forever
Lounge.
27.
Yeah. Yay.
I love that.
Yeah.
All right, so coming on back. So yes, ta-da! Yeah, so that's
Ta-da.
our. I may have drawn that terrible banner behind everyone, but the art was done by another artist named Sarah Fufu. Sarah Fufu, who's very talented and. Why does she need a walker when she flies? Because it keeps her, it
Magic.
gives her balance.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
not flying all the time.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
aerodynamic.
Aerodynamic
To act as
walkies.
landing gear. Exactly.
That's landing gear.
Yeah.
All right, and so yeah, and also obviously as you've seen already, we have the new overlay, everything here. So I hope that is also enjoyable, or everyone likes that. There, I should also note on the about page for the Dungeon Lounge, there will also be a link to the merch store there as well. So you don't necessarily need to pin or make it a thing that you need to drop over and over. The links are available on the Twitch page. They're just quietly
It's
there.
right there.
Banshee's hard. Nah. I can't hear it. I go to too many concerts. I can't hear anything nowadays. Anyways.
What?
So
What?
the kind of last little thing, and we'll need to you'll lose us for a little bit while I'm debuting it. Is I was able to finish another covered
yes.
song along with Grim, who produced. So there is a new video for that, and should also be live now on YouTube, because I set the time for it to go live as 5, because I was like, oh, I'll finish by then. I was wrong. Anyways, so I guess we'll go do the premiere. Just so you're aware, all the reactions and things like that and like chat will be temporarily disabled while we're over on the video, but it'll all be back when we come back. So 3, 2, 1.
Please enjoy it, everybody.
Please,
It's
please
great.
enjoy it.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, and sorry. Just
Yeah.
for you guys, I'm just gonna have to deafen you for a second as well while this is
Oh,
going
yes,
through.
yes, of course.
All right.
Of course.
So-
Of course.
Okay. So we'll be right back.
Enjoy.
All right, we're all back. Hey, everybody.
Yay!
Woo.
Good job. I'm
Thank
proud of
you.
you,
Everyone
Elizabeth.
praise
Thank you.
Elizabeth.
No,
She
please
was the
don't.
best.
But
Yay!
yes, in terms of that, the credits showed briefly. The art was done by Rue Defoe. I'm sorry, I'm probably butchering her name. Credits are definitely in the video link. Grim handled all the producing. He did an spectacular job, honestly. And Sakon
Hey,
Works did
Grim.
the video
Yay!
editing and putting that all together. So yeah, that was a lot of hard work. But yeah, I think it came out pretty good.
Yay!
It turned out wonderful.
Thank you.
Yes.
Ah.
You
Well-
are a wizard
You
singer.
did a wonderful job, Elizabeth.
But yeah,
Yes.
the link should be
I'm
live.
proud of you.
Sing all the songs. I can't sing all the songs. There's too many. But
Oh, being
yeah,
talent.
the song is also available in your music streaming thingy of choice. The YouTube video will have the link to go to like Spotify or iTunes or whatever it is that you use to listen to music if you want to do that. Thank you, Grim, who just posted it right there. But I do think that kind of takes care of all of our announcements and surprises as part of our 3rd anniversary. Yeah. So I mean, I
Yeah.
hope everyone enjoyed. I very much appreciate everyone being here. It has been an amazing 3 years, like truly. This was very much kind of like and I've said it before. This was very much a hobby project for us.
Mhm.
It always astounds me that people take time to honestly you take your time and watch and support us, and thank you so much.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
don't.
It,
I
it
don't
always
guys should
means so
be-
much for
Yeah.
people to come by and even just, say hello.
Mhm, mhm.
And
Yeah,
yeah.
like,
We're
you
very
guys
grateful
could,
to everybody.
You guys could
It's not
literally be
tolerating money.
anywhere else doing anything else, and you choose to spend your time with us, and that means all the world to me.
Mhm. Did you get my surprise?
Did you get your surprise?
I have not seen any
Surprise.
alerts right now. I will definitely take a look after we log off for our stream. And yeah,
What is the surprise?
and I will let you know when I find it. Yeah, but yes, and yeah, hopefully many more. Yeah.
Yeah.
I honestly I didn't think we'd make it 2 year, and here we are at 3 already, and time flies.
Yeah.
Yeah, as long as people tolerate us,
Yes.
we're happy
Yeah.
to
Yeah.
keep being
Yeah.
here.
Yeah, definitely.
I hope to be doing this for a long out loud words. I hope to be doing this for a long time, and I give all my love to you guys,
No.
and also to my
Okay,
fellow
pal.
loungers.
Yeah. I will say I think part of the reason why this has always been a team effort.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And all of our lovely and talented online friends as well.
Yeah, and yeah, like
Our
not
audience
just
and our friends.
yeah, and I'll say yeah. When I say team effort, it's
Yeah.
not just the lounge. Like I mean, certainly we're quote unquote the core team, but like we've had wonderful guests, and people we've commissioned or gotten or work from. Like
Yeah.
it's all it's all part of it, and yeah.
Yeah.
Those of you who
So
mod for
thank
us
you and
too.
much love.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But yes, yeah, I will definitely check when we go offline. Since, as I said, right now, since I am sharing my internet browser, I don't want to do anything to inadvertently dox anything. So,
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
but I will definitely check
Yeah.
afterwards, Tater. But, oh,
Thank you to everyone.
yeah, thank you. All right. Well, I think that kind of covers everything. I will just quickly drop a link to our YouTube channel, just in case you want to check out either any of our VODs or the video that has happened to be posted. Blah. There's already a link in the About section to the
Everyone,
merch
please
store.
like that video.
You don't have to. It's okay.
Yeah.
And yeah. Oh, thank you it was an honor to have you as well, Quest. Thank you so much for participating.
Yeah. You were
Yeah,
definitely a
thank you so
valiant
much.
part of today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So from
Three of our
here,
guests.
I guess our last step as we sign off is to find someone to raid.
Oh, we gotta go over the schedule.
Oh shit.
Yeah,
You're right.
schedule.
Clearly.
That
clearly-
beautiful new schedule you made.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Clearly you can see where my brain is already. Okay. Let me find it. I know I loaded it. Boop.
Yeah.
Ta-da. Schedule.
Mama?
You did make it. I
Oh,
did.
there we go.
I did. I did. I
Yeah.
did
Yes,
remember.
she did.
Part
you
of
would
our
not
part of our
believe the
lovely
to-do
new
list I
layout.
had in preparation for today. I was like triple trekking everything.
Elizabeth did
Oh,
work for this. Everyone, please
yeah,
praise
she
Elizabeth.
she did a lot of background work to make this happen. So definitely, please give Elizabeth all of your love.
Hello, board. Yes, thank you for the
Hello,
anniversary
board.
wishes. No worries that you were late.
Yeah, thank you.
But
Yeah.
yeah. Oh, and
Oh, thank you
here
for
we
the
go.
hydrate.
One quick
Yeah.
stretch
Oh.
and all that stuff.
Look at this
Alright.
beautiful new schedule.
Yeah. Ooh.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So tomorrow, Monday.
Monday. Tomorrow I'm finally getting into the Elden Ring DLC and I'm so fucking excited.
Yay.
There's a possibility I might do a long stream tomorrow, depending on how into it I get. So we'll see. It might be a long boy stream.
Ooh.
I've been very excited. But we'll see. No stream Tuesday. Wednesday, same thing. Maybe another long stream. More Elden Ring. Gotta get those rangs. And then Thursday we'll be back to more art.
Art.
It'll be more casually paced art instead of frantically trying to get all that D&D
Oh,
art.
you did such a good job, Flora.
Yeah, you
That
did
was
I did my
amazing.
best.
awesome. Also, just quickly to interject,
And then-
speaking of really awesome art, I
Yeah.
snuck it in.
Oh. Snuck it,
Oh.
sneak it in.
I know I put it here. Here
Sneak
it
it
is.
in.
Check out this beautiful art Lena sent us in recognition
Yes.
of our anniversary.
Edith did
Yes.
this.
Ta-da! It is also posted over
Yeah.
in the Discord.
It's
But yes.
beautiful.
Yeah.
And-
Yes.
Thank you,
Look
Leonard.
at this amazing work Lenneth did. Please
Alright.
give Lenneth all of the love.
All right.
Yeah, bien, c'est bien.
Yeah, it was awesome.
Yeah. Lenneth is queen,
She is.
and we all love Lenneth.
The Duchess aspires to be Lenneth, but is a pale imitation of her.
Yes. No, none can be
I
as
did notice the
amazing
Yes,
French.
as
we did
Lenneth.
notice the
I
French.
did. I
We
love
did,
it.
Yep.
Yeah,
So,
bien,
yeah.
c'est bien.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I had the
I'm
not
for the emperor.
Lettuce
Yeah.
is great.
she
Yeah.
is.
Lenneth is great.
All right. So sorry, just to quickly return back to the schedule. I believe we pick up on Friday, which will be me at 8 p.m. And I will be starting my playthrough of Control. It's true. I'm not a ghosty. I am Fae. To be a ghosty, you had to be alive and died, and I haven't died. I'm gonna live forever.
Yes.
But yes, so yeah, I'll be starting my playthrough
Yeah.
of Control on Thursday, on Friday. Bleh, I can days. Tomorrow or the day after is Saturday. Sasha.
Oh, yes, that's me.
Yeah.
I won't be here, and I actually won't be here on Sunday either.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
potentially for the next, and depending on the next weekend either, because I'm going on a week-long family trip.
Oh
that
wow.
I was
Wow.
completely forgetting to mention too.
Oh no. Well, I will say also
to my
next
fellow
weekend.
loungies.
Yeah, our next weekend is also Canada Day here, so
Yes.
it is to be expected. The schedule always goes a little whoosh. But
Yeah.
regardless, on Sunday, I believe Flora and I will both be around, and we'll be back playing more Stardew.
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 All
Back
right.
to the farm.
Back to the farm. Yeah. All right. So I will put the schedule away.
So thank you, Teacup Cup.
Oh, thank you.
There was a raid redeem back there if
Yes,
you didn't see it. Elizabeth.
I did see it. It was from Lady Beaver, I believe. Yeah, here we go. Adron
Yours
Woodland.
would say the
Yeah.
queen, Lenneth. Yours would say the queen.
All right.
Absolutely.
Well,
Queen Lenneth.
Queen Lenneth. Well, again, thank you guys so much for being here today. Thank you. We look forward to
Yes.
another
Thank
year
you
of
so
fun,
much.
another year of
Yeah.
gremlining and various shenanigans. And yeah,
Another year of fun.
let's send all this
Yeah.
love off to the
Yeah.
that we had the redeem for the raid, Adron Woodland, and yeah, let's get that going before I start crying or something
Yeah.
like that. Okay, here we go.
No
Aw.
crying.
No crying
It's
on
a happy
stream.
day.
Yeah. Happy anniversary, my fellow.
No, you can cry on
Loungies.
stream. Crying is
Mm.
fine.
Yeah.
Crying on stream is a free action.
Yeah.
Yes, crying. Crying is a free action.
All right.
No, you know what you
Off we
have to
go.
do, Elizabeth?
Mm.
Roll emotional soak.
It's true. I
Yeah, roll your emotional soak.
do. I will.
Yeah,
I
no
Yeah.
crying
I will
only.
let you through.
Yeah.
All right.
Yes.
Well, here we go. Great countdown. Let's go.
Yeah.
Do.
Love everyone.
Love, love. Have a great
Bye,
rest of your day.
everybody.
Goodbye.
Thanks again.
Yeah,
Bye.
bye. Thank you for celebrating with
Woo!
us.